It was around Monday. I don't. I'm sure I didn't get an email from him.
Do you know where he went? I can't see him on this hall.
I don't know. We got to start without him. You take impartial notes.
What's that?
You'll take impartial notes. Good morning. Welcome to Resources. Can I ask you all to rise? Representative Nab will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll now open the hearing on HB 1603 FN, requiring state agencies to provide current and verifiable evidence of a species presence before imposing any land use restriction related to that species habitat. And we'll call up the prime sponsor first, Representative DeVito. Representative.
Can you hear me now? Perfect. Thank you. I'm Representative DeVito. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for hearing 1603 today. This bill was brought forward directly in response to constituent concerns across my district and others. Property owners were facing permanent land use restrictions, including conservation easements deeded in perpetuity, based on claims of endangered species presence that were not current, not site-specific, and in many cases not verifiable. The original intent of this bill was simple. Before land is restricted, there should be clear, lawful, and location-specific evidence that a species is actually present on that property. As introduced, this bill required agencies to rely on current, verifiable evidence and to respect basic due process protections, including landowner permissions or an administrative warrant before data is collected. That intent was never to weaken conservation efforts. It was to ensure fairness, transparency, and confidence in the decisions that permanently affect private property, municipal tax bases, and housing availability. A large fiscal note was attached estimating cost in excess of $1 million annually. And I want to be very clear that that was never, I want to be clear that creating new databases, hiring additional staff, or conducting widespread surveying was never the intent of this legislation. The state already maintains endangered species data and verification processes. This bill was always about how information is used when it results in land use restrictions, not about rebuilding existing systems. Because I understand the fiscal constraints we are operating under this year, and because I want to ensure this legislation remains workable and collaborative, I have offered a sponsor amendment. That amendment significantly narrows the language, removes the elements driving the fiscal note, and keeps the focus where it belongs, ensuring that when endangered species are cited to restrict land use, the evidence relied upon is lawfully obtained and tied to the specific location in question. The amendment before you removes unnecessary administrative burdens, avoids new data collection mandates, and makes clear that the land use Fish Game and DES to do their important conservation work while restoring predictability and fairness for property owners, municipalities, and builders. I appreciate the department's engagement and the testimony they have provided electronically. However, I believe the amendment before you today offers a clearer, fiscally responsible, and more balanced solution by placing reasonable standards directly in statute rather than deferring them to future rulemaking. In short, this amendment that I'm bringing forth today keeps the core purpose of the bill intact, eliminates the fiscal impact, and strikes a reasonable balance between environmental protection and property rights. I respectfully ask the committee to consider HB 1603 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take questions?
Yes,
Any questions for the representative? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and for being here today.
absolutely.
I'm confused about the conservation easement part of this because my understanding with the conservation easement is that it's typically an agreement between a town or a land trust, et cetera, and a landowner. So a landowner would be, this isn't something being forced upon the landowner. This is something a landowner is seeking. Is there a different sort of conservation easement you're speaking to, or?
Originally, thank you for the question. Originally, the constituents that came forward were having issues that permits were not being given to them unless they entered into a conservation easement. Did that answer your question, or do you have more?
Maybe I will ask a follow-up of someone else who speaks because I'm just not familiar with that happening. It's not something that's ever happened in my town. So I just would be interested if that is a common occurrence.
I think
that a conservation easement would be forced upon a landowner.
I'm not sure if they're here today, but I think there may be some people that are going to testify to that today.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the representative? Well, I have a question. I just want to make sure. Your amendment seems to delete Roman numeral 2 from your original bill. Is that your intent?
Yes, the amendment that is before you replaces all of the language in the original bill that I brought forward.
And follow up, is there anywhere in here that defines verifiable evidence? Or do you have a reference to someplace? Because the heading of the bill says current and verifiable evidence, so I didn't know if that was any place.
I believe it is in the RSA. The verifiable evidence is right now they have a database that collects this information. The person that goes out and collects it, whether it is a agent or scientist, goes out and collects the data that shows where the animal or the species is, the habitat, and then they log it, the location, the site, the person that did it, pictures, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Do you want to follow up, Representative?
I have another question that is separate.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question,
Yes.
Representative. I'm concerned about the requirement for landowner permission, because it seems that species don't sort of decide where they live, and if the endangered species only live on private property, then this might not allow them to be protected. Do you have similar concerns?
Well, one, how would you know that the species is on there if it's private property without verifying it? So if I have an endangered species on my property, and who is reporting that initially? I guess my question would be.
Do you want me to answer that? Can I answer this?
You don't need to answer her question.
I'm just confused on your question as to, of course, I want the endangered species to be protected. That is our goal first and foremost. If it's private property, there's private property rights. We're constitutionally covered on that for illegal searches on private property. And so for someone to come onto your property without the property owner's permission, then we run into a problem of not adhering to the Constitution. Thank you.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking another question.
Of course.
If so if there's a development going in a town and there's a consideration of endangered species on the property and an administrative warrant ends up being required because the landowner does not want to give access, do
Sure.
you view that as that cost as being borne by the town, or do you view it as being borne by DES?
I think it would depend, and I think that those would be far and few between. So I don't think that would be an issue. Definitely not $1 million worth.
But it wouldn't have a fiscal impact on town.
It could.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Supporting the bill, Representative Mary Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. For the record, I am Mary Murphy, and I represent Hillsborough 27, which are the towns of Deering and Francistown. In 2014, a wood turtle, which is not an endangered species, but it's on the list heading toward endangered species, was spotted on our riverfront property in Francistown. So we own approximately 110 acres on the south branch of the Piscataquag River. And it has been designated by the state as one of the highest value for habitat in the entire state. And so out of respect for that, when we built our primary residence, which we had to take down quite a bit of forest, we preserved 250, we put a 250-foot boundary between any of the places where we cut trees and the river itself. We did the same thing on our 130 property, which also is riverfront on the Piscataquag. And we preserved one of the fields for habitat recovery so that the animals would have, new little trees, coming up that they could eat. So we feel like we've done a good job on conservation, and we furthermore took 11 acres of riverfront and put that deliberately into conservation to allow the Francistown Land Trust to purchase 2 other parcels of approximately 24 acres on the riverfront to protect the river and to protect, the animals that come through on a regular basis. In 2023, we took the decision to build a 36 by 36 additional set of garages and barns to house our tractors and extra vehicles, and also to provide some grow rooms above the garage space, which are heated and air conditioned in order to grow certain crops which are susceptible to bugs. So we are organic farmers. We do not use chemical pesticides. We do not use chemical fertilizers. And so one of the biggest challenges we have are that the critters in our area are healthy eaters, and so are the bugs. And so it's a real problem trying to get to break even on the crops that we grow. So while we started out this project, the land was already cleared as part of setting up the original residence. And lo and behold, this turtle that was spotted in 2014, now we're in 2023, and hadn't been seen since, held up the project. So we started the project in the summertime, and they, graded the place where the garage foundation was going to go. But the delay trying to get Fish and Game to, come out, see the site, walk the site as you've had described to you, put the project into late fall, early winter. And the cold season came early that year. And so we were forced to buy a we rented a $4,300 a month diesel heater. And we had to make trips to Peterborough twice a day to get diesel at $75 a pop, each fill up, in order to keep this thing running, in order to keep the ground from freezing while they built the post and beam frames above and prepared the place where the foundation would go. To make a long story short, it added close to $20,000 to the cost of our project, and it delayed the project, well into the winter and into January of the following year. So I am in support of this bill because, there was such a huge time frame between when the rare turtle was spotted and the time that we started our project. And, we had told Fish and Game we'd not seen the thing, we'd not seen the critter since that time. And we have a lot of turtles come through. They like our gardens, so they tend to lay their eggs in the gardens and beside the gazebo. And we have nothing against turtles. It's just that we felt that since the land had already been cleared, that this was, an unnecessary delay to our project and a huge cost, additional cost to us as landowners, trying to develop our property. So thank you for listening to my testimony. It just gives you a different perspective of, kind of an unintended consequence of the current regulation.
Will you take questions?
Yes.
Any questions for the representative? See none.
Great. Thank
Thank
you.
you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
And I need a last name. Alexandra, opposing the bill.
I apologize, I have not done this before.
Well, welcome to Resources. And what was your last name?
Prescott,
Prescott.
Prescott.
Thank you.
So Alexandra Prescott, private citizen. I just wanted to voice my opinion that I have been born and raised in New Hampshire, and I have a great respect for the wildlife that we have, and I care very deeply about it. And we have been driving a lot of species to extinction in the United States and across the world. And I am concerned about what this bill might do to some of the endangered species that we have in particular. It can be very hard to find the endangered species, to prove that they are living on a particular land still. It's hard because they are camouflaged. We are considered predators to them. And so it can be difficult to prove that they're there even when they are. And so sort of pushing back on the restrictions there, I feel that it would endanger some of the native wildlife that we have.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
Sure.
Any questions? See none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You
you.
did a good job. Thank you. In support of the bill, Carlston Springer from
Mr.
Danville.
Chairman, I would like to ask if I could speak at the end. If other people have spoken to my points, I would not speak at all.
Well, we'll put you way
If
at
you
the
don't
end.
want to do that, I would speak.
Opposing the bill, Nisa Marks.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony this morning in opposition to HB 1603. My name is Nisa Marks of Henniker. I used to work for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as a wildlife biologist, where my everyday job was to help implement the Federal Endangered Species Act. I have not seen the amendment to this bill, so I am speaking to the bill as introduced. This is a bill that may sound rational, but in practice it is unimplementable and would functionally end most protection for endangered species in New Hampshire. Indeed, this bill as introduced has so many technical issues I don't have time in testimony to cover them all. I'll start with some of the practicalities. First, endangered species by definition are rare. This means that the chance of detecting them, even if they are present, is very low. To find them generally requires sustained, repeated effort, something that is well outside of the timelines that developers seek, and something that is generally more costly to developers than the costs of simply assuming that a species is present. Second, most species have not been formally surveyed for, which means that current occurrence records are spotty at best. They really aren't enough to know whether a species is on a particular site or not in many cases. Things are made more complicated by the life cycles of many listed species. They may be present in New Hampshire for only part of the year, or may hibernate or go underground where they are functionally impossible to detect for part of the year. Finding these species is non-trivial, even when they are present. Third, most endangered species records are not sightings of the animal itself, but rather evidence of something like scat or tracks. Wildlife cameras are great tools for monitoring more common species, but for a variety of reasons, they are not adequate to monitor something as rare as an endangered species. Sorting through wildlife camera images to find the relevant data is time-consuming and therefore costly. In addition, we have accumulated lots of evidence at this point that absence of a photo does not mean absence of the species. I want to end by zooming out to think about the harms this bill claims to remedy. In many cases, the Endangered Species Act does not end or prohibit a development project. In my experience with the federal act, there are usually creative solutions that can be win-wins, or at least a win for the species and neutral for the developer. Here in New Hampshire, we even have a few great successes of species coming back from the brink, like with the Karner blue butterfly that you can find right here in Concord. In sum, this bill is largely not needed, is unimplementable as introduced, and would harm endangered species here in New Hampshire while adding burdens. I strongly urge the committee to vote ITL. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
In support of the bill, Jason Stock, Timberland Owners Association.
Good morning. For the record, my name's Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. Our members own timberland, manage timberland, and manufacture forest products. And a lot of our members also, particularly our landowner members, they do have an interest in rare, threatened, endangered species. A lot of them think it's pretty cool to have them on your property. And in fact, some will actually manage for them. That's just part of the package that comes with it. But the issue about data and releasing data around the presence of these species is an issue that we have wrestled with for years. And, you know, we've had instances where there'll be unique areas that will be identified and concerns raised that, okay, does this area get loved to death? Now the data becomes available, and now it becomes an attractant for hikers, people, orchid collectors, etc. And we've had a lot of discussions with DES, the Natural Heritage Bureau at DNCR about this. And I think, you know, all in all, I think we've come to some pretty good terms with those two agencies. Back in 2009, we had an incident on Mount Cube, the Tom Thompson tree farm, where DES, a contractor working for DES, was out doing a geologic survey, hadn't spoken to Mr. Thompson about coming onto the property. They were out doing a survey. Tom's out there working in the woods, comes across this individual and says, hey, how, you know, just kind of checking in. And he said, obviously, they were out there gathering data. They had the orange vest on with the rulers and clipboards. And it's like, what's going on? And they explained, well, I'm gathering data here, geologic data. Really? Have you spoken to the landowner about coming onto the property and doing that? No, it's just not posted. We figured we'd just come out there. Well, long story short, this led to a discussion with, at that time, Commissioner Tom Burek about this issue. We did a tour of the property, and we raised some of our concerns about landowners and gathering data off of landowner property. And Tom, as some of you have heard him testify on prior bills, very open with his land. He's fine with people coming and going, snowmobiles. But again, he, like many landowners, shares this sensitivity about having data gathered, or at least afford me the courtesy of asking for permission. And so Commissioner Burek developed a DES standard operating procedures, and that's what I just passed out to you. And this was something that was developed, and we strongly support it. We worked with the commissioner on it, and we think it's a great compromise, and it recognizes there are reasons for agencies to enter property for enforcement action, life, property damage assessments, etc. We all get that. But if you're out there gathering data, the least you could do is notify the landowner what you're doing, whom you're with, and for what purpose is that data being gathered. And this, we believe that this operating procedure does a good job at kind of encapsulating that. Again, we think that, we share some of the concerns that were raised earlier. Representative Darby mentioned, well, how do you know it's out there? These, if it's an animal, it can move. But I would also say habitats change. I may do a timber harvest, open up the canopy, get a lot of sunlight on the forest floor. Now I have certain orchids, rare flowers that grow. Let's say they get inventory, they get into a database, 20, 30 years go by, canopy closes, I no longer have that sunlight on the forest floor. Those orchids, those flowers are gone, but yet I have a data point in a database. And for us, on a regulatory standpoint, we work with DES, and we have a very good relationship, and we have a very good process. Really, the only area where we encounter, natural heritage elements is with the wetlands permitting process, and I think we have a good system. But again, for us, it comes down to the kind of the common courtesy and letting landowners know why you're out there and getting that permission. And if there is a need, there is a mechanism for a municipality or the state through a warrant, I guess is what it's called, to go out and actually gather that data. So again, we support the bill and the concept of landowner permission. I won't go down the rabbit hole of the fiscal note and all of that. And one thing I might suggest is that if this does go to a subcommittee of some type to look at it and really kind of dig into this, we're happy to participate in that process and bring this perspective to that process. And with that, Chairman, I'll conclude my comments, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stock, for taking my question. Just for clarification, my question to the sponsor was not about whether or not they were present. It was just about protecting endangered species wherever they are. But my question to you is, it sounds like you're mostly concerned about gaining permission prior to access, rather than what I see as the intent of this bill, which is to make sure that any records that have been gathered in the past had landowner permission. So can you clarify?
Yeah, I think for us, permission, whether it's an old record or a new record, is important. I would add that if there's an old record, and I'll go back to my story of the wildflowers, you may have an old record on the books that's no longer applicable. Is there a mechanism? And again, this is something that perhaps a study committee can commit or a subcommittee could dig into. But the question I would ask is there a mechanism in the process to go back and say, hey, back in 2000, we have a small world begonia sighting in this particular parcel. Let's talk to that landowner, see, has the habitat changed? Is there a mechanism to go back and do some of these checks? Again, I think we all want good data. We want to have accurate data. And I think this is an opportunity to do that, again, provided you have buy-in from the landowners. And like I said, in most instances, our landowners that I speak to they think, they think these things are cool. It's neat to have it on the property. A lot of them say that's great. I'm glad I know about it. I don't want it broadcast. I'll manage for it, and I'll take care of it myself.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking my question. So just to clarify, you don't believe there is currently a mechanism for something's been cited 20 years, 30 years before, for what would be the process to say it's still there or not there? And is there a time?
It's my understanding, and these are, again, I don't manage the database, so, but this has been a discussion we've had, and in the terms of the database and how it's being managed, but there is always this lingering question of when is that species no longer present. Our interest, in that instance, it's plants. I think the critters probably hang around a little bit longer. A wetland's a wetland, but in the case of plants, it all comes down to sunlight and canopy cover in many instances.
Representative Darby, since there's no other hand up.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So this bill modifies, I believe, 212A, which is the Endangered Species Conservation Act. And if you notice, I was wondering if you had looked through that to see that it actually only covers wildlife and not plants.
When we do data searches in through our permitting process, it affects plants and animals. So we're more generalist than being very specific, but that's a yes.
Anyone else? See no hands. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
In opposition to the bill, Mike Moorhand, New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mike Marchand. I am the supervisor of the non-game and endangered wildlife program at New Hampshire Fish and Game, and I also have Dan Bergeron, the chief of wildlife here, if there are questions that I can answer for you. So I'm here on behalf of the department to testify in opposition to House Bill 1603. We feel House Bill 1603 would significantly disrupt the state land use permitting process while substantially reducing protections to threatened and endangered wildlife. The purpose of RSA 212A, the Endangered Species Act, is to maintain and enhance threatened and endangered species, and the state plays a critical role in that process. The Department of Fish and Game has had a long-standing authority in the conservation of these species, both in data collection, research, conservation planning, such as our recently completed Wildlife Action Plan, and implementation of conservation actions, often with collaborating with willing landowners, even through protection of land for willing landowners, sometimes even bring grants to landowners to provide financial incentives to get that work completed. Data acquired by the department is used for the permitting screening process that's being discussed today, but also all the proactive work we do with those willing landowners. The requirements of state agencies are laid out in 212A9, where state agencies must evaluate and take actions that are designed to avoid, minimize, and mitigate harm to those species. And that's an important aspect to consider here in the language. Last year, during the 2025 legislative session, House Bill 2 changed some of the authority, where some of the authority shifted from the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department to the Department of DES for the review and evaluation of impacts to threatened and endangered species for certain land use permits. And I suspect you'll hear from Department of Environmental Services on that. But this bill will limit and negate the agency's ability to avoid, minimize, and mitigate the harm to those species that is intended through that bill. I'll also note that the state already has existing process and procedures that address some of the aspects of this bill. The department has procedures for review and vet the quality of information that we receive on reports of threatened and endangered species. And only those vetted records are used in searches and in the database, which is a subset of the overall records. I'll also say that this database that's used, that's done for searches, is not an inventory of or knowledge of all species in the state. Some have suggested that more information is needed. It's only the information where we have known, verified quality information for those species, and is a reasonable compromise for the review of species in those areas. However, we feel the criteria introduced by this bill would nearly eliminate all of the records used in that database for searches and evaluation. We require a complete review and probably require starting over on that database. The bill would only allow state agencies to consider a threatened and endangered species presence when essentially that specific landowner at that specific location had previously authorized that specific species survey. Verified information on the presence of these species, so known verified information, would therefore not be used in a review and would be withheld from the applicant and the landowner in these reviews. Withholding this information to applicants will increase the likelihood of their actions causing harm on those species, the intended intentions to avoid through this process. So ultimately, the bill will result in less data to make informed decisions, cause further declines to species currently listed as threatened and endangered, and potentially increase the number of species that are listed on the federal list of endangered species because of the state's inability to adequately protect these species. We feel that House Bill 1603 will undermine the progress and good procedure and efficiencies being developed in House Bill following House Bill 2. I'll also note that the time is not right. This transition to the Department of Environmental Services is very new. It's only been about a month. We've been working very hard with the department and creating efficiencies and improving the process. And I think we've identified and been working towards a number of these things that have been mentioned here. There's been a lot of change in the permitting process in the last couple of years. And I think the last thing we want to do is create another change that's going to basically create a start over and drastically impact that process. Some of the details of the bill in the paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, I believe paragraph 2 is being eliminated through the amendment, but we still have some concerns identified in paragraphs 1 and 3. I won't go through all those details. They're itemized in the written testimony I provided, but I will note on paragraph 3 that's about surveys conducted ahead of. We request surveys when we were doing the reviews very sparingly. However, there are certain situations where surveys are very important in order to minimize harm to a given species. One example might be for freshwater mussels in a river system where we know the species occurs. So this isn't where they're hypothetical. This is where the species is known to occur. We've at times asked for surveys to identify the precise locations of mussels so that they can be avoided during construction activities that affect the bottom of the river. That allows us to work with the applicant to actually either avoid the mussels, and in some cases, we've worked with them to actually relocate mussels. But without that knowledge of the precise location, that eliminates our ability to work with an applicant to avoid and minimize those activities. So with that, I'll close my testimony and take any questions. Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What's the primary way that the department acquires data on endangered species?
So data can be acquired in a number of different ways. And in some cases, we might initiate our own survey in which our professional biologists are going out and collecting the information. In some cases, the consultants are actually providing us information through a survey. There could be a survey where an outside entity is doing it, or we might get incidental encounters on not a formal survey, but a confirmed report, with photographs and such of a species, which we would then, if submitted to us, We would then review and evaluate the quality of the information using a set of criteria. I'll also mention one thing that, if I may, one thing that I didn't mention is that a very high percentage of the records we have in the database are acquired on public lands and things like public roadways. Our turtles, for instance, a lot of our records are turtles crossing roads. So I'm not sure if we would need, permission for that or how that would be incorporated, but there's no distinction between public lands and private lands in here. And so there's no consideration of all the properties, the conservation lands and the public lands and the public roadways that are used to collect and acquire that information.
Follow up.
I guess my next question is, if you do a survey on private property, is permission asked to the landowner or from the landowner?
It's our practice to I mean, we want to collaborate with landowners. The fate of the species is we're having a good relationship with landowners, and like I said, a lot of the work we actually do at the department is proactively working with landowners on this conservation. So it's practice for them to, but we do not have documented written permission in a database for all these landowners. It may have been a knock on the door and a conversation. In many cases, the landowner is inviting us out to the property to look at something that they might have and show us. So we don't have that documentation in the database that we could show and prove as part of this process.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking my question. So is it your understanding that previously documented species, if you don't have documentation that the landowner gave you permission at that time, that information would be nullified?
That's my understanding from reading the language.
Okay. And so what happens if that land had been follow up? Okay, sorry. If that land had been subdivided or had a previous owner to the one that's the current owner, that information sort of would be lost in
Well,
history. Yeah.
I have that same additional question is what happens in the transfer of land. Even if we were able to meet the criteria of written landowner permission and the land was sold, it seems like that would negate that previous permission. We don't have the capacity to be evaluating land use transfers and then following up on those on a constant basis. So that I think is an additional challenge we would have to deal with.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
With written testimony, Adam Crapo, New Hampshire DES.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Adam Crapo. I'm the Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Environmental Services, and I have with me Phil Trowbridge here. He's the manager of our land resources programs at the department. We're handing out written testimony, but we also sent it to you in your emails, I think last evening. So I think it's important to go through the history of this and how this landed at the Department of Environmental Services, the permitting aspect of the Threatened and Endangered Species Program. Historically, in my background, I was in the governor's office prior to DES, and I had worked on many cases where, folks were seeking permits through the department, and even in my tenure here, have worked on many cases where people were seeking permits through the department, and through both the former governor and the current governor, they had heard concerns about how the threatened and endangered species aspect of that program had been handled in the past. And so through HB2, they introduced a transition where DES would take responsibility for, through our wetlands permits, through our alteration of terrain permits, and through the DOT driveway permits, we would take responsibility for reviewing the threatened and endangered species that are on or in the vicinity of those projects. This transition happened through House Bill 2. It is something that the governor heard about prior to being governor and introduced it in House Bill 2, and it's something I think she is deeply cares about. And so I guess I'd start there. we took on the program in December after House Bill 2 passed, and we have not had very long to make improvements to the program. We've had about a month and a half with it. We just hired our new ecological review section supervisor in the program, and so I kind of wanted to start there because I think it's important to understand the history. We believe the bill as it was originally written and the bill as that's being proposed as an amendment, we still have concerns with that because it's important to get the terminology right in both of those proposals. And so what we attempted to do through our testimony was provide an alternative that included rulemaking through the Department of Environmental Services to give us a chance to work with Fish and Game and the Natural Heritage Bureau at DNCR to come up with rules that would accomplish the goals, I think, of what the sponsor wants to accomplish. And I think her goals, and she's been great to work with, her goals and the goals of the agencies are very similar to provide additional transparency through this process. One of the things that we're undertaking on our own through memorandums of understanding and through data sharing agreements is, how this data is managed, how it's collected, how we intend to treat it when, the life of the data, we're determining how we're going to handle that. And so I think it's important to underscore that this is the time isn't right for this bill because we haven't had a chance to make those improvements. And I think this is really a great example of an effort that the executive branch as a whole has undertaken to try and improve this process for permit applicants. And we have worked with the Home Builders Association, the Associated General Contractors, the conservation groups to make sure that we get this process right. So what would the bill do? The bill would make it actually more difficult to provide flexibility to applicants because of the way it basically says we cannot use what's called a biodiversity search to put conditions in our permit in the permits that we issue. And a biodiversity search, it from our lens, is what's in the data check tool, the database there. And so if we can't use that data, we still have an obligation under a different statute, 212A:9, that requires us to ensure that threatened and endangered species are not impacted by or not harmed by the projects that we authorize or permit. And so what would happen is we would not be able to use the tool that allows us additional flexibility. So we would have to require property owners to do these types of things themselves or take a more conservative approach timelines, which is adverse to the governor's goal of trying to get to 60 days or under for issuing permits. And what I'll say is in the last 2 months, and Phil can probably speak to this better than I can, but I think we've succeeded in getting these reviews done quickly. We have the staff for it. DES, we do permitting. That's one of our main objectives. So I think incorporating this program has been a lift, but I think we've done it very successfully. And it's something that we are proud of. So Phil, I don't know if you want to mention any additional information, but that's sort of where we're coming from on this.
Good morning, Chairman Harb and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of the Land Resources Program at DES. All I would add is just a little bit of info on the progress we've made so far and where we're hoping to go in the future. In the short time we've had the program, we've been able to get the review times down to pretty short. For our data check tool reviews, we're turning those around on an average of less than 2 days. And for the more complex or the ecological reviews that we do, if more consultation is needed, we're down to less than 20 days. We're able to work through a backlog of files that were transferred to us, and we're making good progress. We also added online payments, which is, for the data check tool, which was something that wasn't there, and it adds a lot of convenience to the customer. And then we adopted rules for the process. So now we have adopted rules which went into effect on the 19th of January, so just last week. Or this week, I guess. That's what we've done so far, and that's all kind of basic stuff. Where we're going with the program, and one of the other aspects of HB2 was a requirement that we develop rules for a compensatory mitigation program for wildlife impacts. If many of you are familiar with the wetlands program, you may have heard about the Aquatic Resource Mitigation Fund and how applicants can pay into a fund if they have impacts to wetlands, and then therefore the state uses that money to restore and enhance wetlands elsewhere to offset the impacts. It's been very popular and successful on the wetlands permitting side. It frees up applicants to work in areas where they need to work, where we can restore areas where there's actual, where we can get the same benefit. So our goal is to do something like that, but I need to caution everyone that that is going to be 1,000 times harder because you're not dealing with one type of habitat. You're dealing with hundreds of different types of habitat. For different species have different habitat needs. And so we don't take this lightly. And we started the process by having a listening session, open to a public listening session to hear from the conservation organizations, the development groups, legislators, and others, just get their vision for how this should work. I think in a lot of ways that those rules will address these concerns because it'll establish a formal process for the mitigation discussions that we have with applicants, and also create some new options besides land protection. Think of land, restoration projects, maybe some high impact, low area projects like road crossings and things that will really benefit species. This will be a big lift for us, and we're very excited to have our staff starting to fill out, and we're looking forward to taking on this project. So I guess to reiterate some of what Assistant Commissioner Crapo indicated was that we're really gearing up, and this is the time for us to try and make the improvements that we've been committed to make. And while we certainly understand the concerns that generated HB 1603, and we've had good and productive conversations with the sponsor, we think the time is not right for this bill. And if the issues that are brought up in this bill are more nuanced and complex than can be addressed in statute and would be better done in rule. Thank you, and I'm going to take your questions.
Phil, can you fill out a pink card before you leave and give it to the clerk?
Okay.
Any questions for either of the speakers? Representative Darby.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I think I heard a cautionary note that if the biodiversity search couldn't be performed, then some of the questions that would be answered by that biodiversity search actions would be asked of the landowner, the property owner, which could lead to increased costs. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. And the reason that is because we have a different statute that charges us with ensuring that we protect the species. And if we can't use what flexibility we're afforded, we're still going to have to do what we need to do to protect the species, which would mean putting it either on the applicant or on our staff to do additional duties to do that. And that could increase costs for applicants and time.
Thank you.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really a question for the follow-up, but I'm very excited to hear about the compensatory mitigation program and hope to learn more from the department on that.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions for the speakers? I'd just like to make a point for the committee members and for the prime sponsor. There was a suggested amendment from DES. If anybody likes it, you're gonna have to go to OLS. From this discussion of this bill, it's not likely we'll exec it today, so we will probably exec it next week on the list. And you need to come in with amendments if you wish to make this amendment. They can't submit amendments. Just a note. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Springer, do you wish to speak?
I do, thank you.
Carlston Springer,
Carson, yeah.
supporting the bill.
I am. I am supporting the bill.
Can you turn on the mic? You'll see the.
Is
little
that
mic.
on? Thank you. I am supporting the bill, but I am also fully in support of Fish and Game and DES efforts. And with your permission, Mr. Harb, or Representative Harb, I'd like to be able to answer a few questions that were raised during the testimony from specific representatives. A little bit of background. We've been talking about perspective here. We've been hearing about precision of words relative to definitions. They're very important. My background, I've been a conservation chairman for 12, 15 years in our town. I'm currently, and have been for 6 years, the chair of our forestry committee. We manage a 450-acre town forest for multiple use recreation. And my family's from New Hampshire way back, and I want to see what we have continue. However, what is occurring and has been occurring is detrimental to our tax base and most detrimental to our open space, because there doesn't seem to be any standard, which is shocking to me. There does not seem to be any standard about respect of property owners if somebody's coming onto their property and then reporting something to Fish and Game. Or we want to be able to hunt, fish, hike, all those things. That does not include biodiversity data gathering. That's not part of what we expect. So with the chairman's permission, I would like to answer some of Mr. Darby's questions that he's raised.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Darby, and I do have a couple of questions, if that's okay, as well, to understand where you're coming from. Relative to cost, we need to determine which costs you're referring to, okay? And we'll get into that a bit more further in here. I've requested 6 minutes, and I'm happy to take any questions following that. Relative to your question about how has Fish and Game handled this in the past, and how are they handling it now, and in terms of data gathering, and whether permission is requested or anything related to permission being required. Bear in mind that House Bill 2, it's been presented today, absolutely the wrong time to introduce these questions because of House Bill 2. I submit this is the perfect time. This issue was raised and dealt with Thomas Burak, previous head of DES, over 15 years ago, and yet it's clearly not taken hold. He wanted everybody to get landowner permission. Mr. Darby, if you go on to Fish and Game website right now, here is the form for reporting wildlife and reptilian and amphibian sightings. It says at the top, under the header, observers are strongly encouraged to obtain landowner permission before going onto private property. Your question about roads. These things are common sense. Turtles or things like that are hit on roads. The road is, generally speaking, public. But if you want to go onto private landowners' land abutting that, you should get permission.
Mr. Springer, can I interrupt you?
Yes, sir.
We really don't want a committee hearing to become a debate, and this gentleman here, the representative, cannot respond to you because we don't
I did not realize that.
have a debate.
I will handle it differently.
So
Thank you.
If you can address the same concerns with the bill as written or possibly amended, I think that would help the committee rather than Go back.
Okay, well, there were several questions raised and they weren't really answered. And one previous person, the sponsor of the bill, had said, I think they'll be addressed later. That was my intent.
Okay.
So, Mr. Darby, Fish and Game does not require landowner permission, in answer to your question. As far as whether or not they would require something if it was posted or not, that's an additional question, because if land is posted, that raises an additional barrier, honestly, in terms of respect and law on going on and gathering data. The issue here comes down to accuracy of data. The way it has been conducted in the past, we don't know whether it's accurate or not, because we don't know, apparently, who collected it. This bill does not require additional data checks, biodiversity, unless the data that is being cited, saying that, for example, Representative Nab, you have something on your property, we think it's there, you want to do XYZ like the previous representative from Hillsborough cited. We'd like to go onto your property and verify that it's still there. Well, clearly, that was data that was accurately and legitimately gathered by people who knew what they were doing, as opposed to what we have now, which is a helter-skelter system. Fish and Game and DES have talked about the timing and responsiveness that they are doing now, specifically with the data check. I can tell you, going back 20 years, that's always been rather efficient. It may have gone from a week or so down to a couple of days, but it's always been efficient. Never been a problem there. However, in practicality, they're not responsive to many of the constituents in the state or the applicants. It took over 5 months for our Board of Selectmen to get a representative from Fish and Game and DES to come to our town and discuss two projects. Representative Nab, this is to your question earlier about examples, right? We had over 185 acres, two different projects that were very heavily derailed for years by Fish and Game and DES. In one situation, it was a commercial piece of property, and it has now been put out of reach of any affordable housing, multifamily or otherwise, because of the actions. And this is going on across the state. We are looking to try to get more affordable housing stock in the state, and this is a root cause of removing one of the primary resources, which is land. So, 185 acres. One parcel was 34 acres in the commercial zone. Fish and Game suggested, and only 2 acres of this is going to get disturbed. Only 2 acres. Fish and Game suggested that a deed restriction be placed on 17 acres, taking it entirely out of any future use. DES required the landowner to do that as a condition of the permit being issued. Representative Knapp, that is coercion. I think, to answer your question, that was an example. I'm sorry. Am I crossing the line here?
You're very close to crossing the line.
Okay,
so
I'll stop. I was trying to answer the
wrap it
question.
up.
Just trying to answer the question.
We
Okay.
appreciate you wrapping it up. Thank you.
All right. In another situation, we had about 150 acres that was only going to have about 5 to 7 acres disturbed, and the rest had been specifically cited by the owner to be kept in forest management, and he had a professional licensed forester, the same one that manages our town forest, a very accomplished man. And DES and Fish and Game, especially Fish and Game, was saying you have to put an easement on the entire remaining area before we will issue permits on this disturbance area. That is coercion. And from my perspective as a conservation chair, this is actually damaging the very efforts that Fish and Game and the rest of us would like to do in protection of species. Final thought, perhaps not final, excuse me. Additional thought, we need to understand in state law that we have two different things going on. Fish and Game and DES is talking about plants and animals. Yet under state law, Fish and Game has jurisdiction over animals. They're claiming jurisdiction over plants. Plants, such as trees, are owned by the landowner. We have to take those things into account. It has an economic impact when we start claiming things that aren't state property and vice versa. Other item in terms of specifics of language. Endangered species and threatened species are not the same. There are many threatened species in New Hampshire that Fish and Game is rolling into their endangered section. So, in conclusion, this is based on accuracy of data. Accuracy of data should be firmly based on how it was collected, whether it was cooperative and or legal. The issue of an administrative search warrant was brought up. That was brought up 2008, 2010 in another situation. And when the Judiciary Committee asked Mr. Thomas Burak, the commissioner, he was objecting to cost. And they said, well, have you ever tried to get one? Do you know how long it takes? The answer was no. And what you're doing in this situation is requiring the landowners to do DES's work. If you look at DES's own, as of 2 days ago, new guidelines and permit requirements, they are asking for landowners to provide exactly the type of source data and permission situations that were cited in the first version of this bill but have now been removed. We need to respect landowner rights. When we stop doing that, it is degrading our tax base. It is removing properties from it is removing the ability in many areas to produce affordable housing. I can cite a piece of property that was devalued by the assessor by 30% after one of these. This is my own piece of property. After one of these restrictions was placed, without knowledge, without notification of any of these things being gathered. And all I wanted to do was grow trees. That was it. I'm open to questions.
Don't see any. Mr. Darby.
Representative Darby,
Yes.
just wanted to confirm that we were talking about the same bill, which affects section 212A, specifically talking about wildlife, not referring to plants. I want to confirm that we're talking about the same bill here.
We are talking about the same bill, but it morphs in many situations. When you hear from folks in the forestry community and Fish and Game, DES, they're conflating things. So I appreciate your distinction on that. That's important. Regarding the proposed amendment from DES, I think it's remarkable to note where they're placing that in the New Hampshire Endangered Species Act. The proposed amendment by DES is shifting that from where the bill was proposed to be placed. It's shifting it to conservation programs, whereas the bill, both bills as presented, including the Second Amendment, are placing it squarely in the section of state RSA, endangered species, that refers to notification of landowners. That's where it belongs, not where DES is trying to place it. They're missing the whole point. The point is respect of the landowners and getting accurate information in the record.
Any
moving
other
forward.
questions for the speaker? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much for giving me the time.
I have one more card. Oh, Carol Foss, representing some conservation organization.
Good morning, Chair Harp, members of the committee. My name is Carol Foss. I serve as Senior Advisor for Science and Policy in New Hampshire Audubon. I am here representing New Hampshire Audubon, the Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forests, the Nature Conservancy, the New Hampshire Rivers Council, the New Hampshire chapter of the Sierra Club, the Connecticut River Conservancy, and the Loon Preservation Committee. We are in strong opposition to the bill as written. I have not seen any of the amendments. We feel that this bill is a lose-lose. As previous speakers have indicated, it's a lose for applicants because it complicates and lengthens the process. And it's definitely a lose for threatened and endangered species. I have written testimony, which I will submit later today over the internet. And you've been here a while. So I will leave it at that. Fish and Game and DES have provided good background information. And we applaud their efforts in bringing the new process to fruition. And we're all actively involved in kind of the public process of helping with that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you for your attention, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak on HB 1603? I'll ask one more time. Anyone else to speak on HB 1603? I'll close the hearing on HB 1603. I think there's a lot to digest, so I'm not going to go to exec session. This will come up again next week when we exec all the bills that we did for the first 2 days in the morning. I'm now going to open HB 1626FN. Oh, the blue sheets. So I can't read that.
We're gonna do the blue sheets.
That's the blue.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
Okay. No,
I didn't read it.
and
Thank you.
online. We're gonna do online. Yeah. Go.
You
Chairman
want to take
Arba,
his job away.
I don't have the blue
Come on.
sheet, but online there are
Yeah.
6 supportive and 162 opposed.
Whoa. And the blue sheet here, Representative?
Let's do it.
There's only, looks like 3.
Blue sheet has 1 in favor and 2 opposed.
So on 1626, the prime sponsor, Representative Wary. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. One of my co-sponsors also has to speak at another committee at 11 o'clock. So if with the chair's indulgence, I'll ask her to come up and follow my testimony very briefly, if that's okay.
Sure. Is that Representative Murphy?
Yes, sir.
She's the next card.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. For the record, my name is Robert Ware. I have the privilege of representing Hillsborough, District 13, the great town of Hudson in the great state of New Hampshire. Tourism is reported to be the second largest revenue producing industry in the state, bringing in $7.5 billion annually through summer travel and recreation, fall foliage tours, and the like. Tourism is reported to be responsible for supporting 70,000 jobs within the Granite State. As probably everyone in this committee knows, the state agency most closely associated with the tourism effort is the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs, BEA, and its Division of Travel and Tourism Development, located across from the State House on Main Street in Concord. Last year in the state budget discussions, there was some consideration for removing the tourism budget. Because tourism is so important to New Hampshire, many of the representatives didn't believe this was the best course of action. But what should be done? In any business, whether coming at it from the finance side or the management side, it is important to be able to explain the value add of an activity and the return on investment from an expenditure. So this bill requires the BEA to provide a report on their tourism expenditures. This is important not only for BEA to better explain their return on investment, but also to be able to discern what areas of their marketing are working for tourism and what areas need to be improved or actually discarded. Such information will also be valuable to both the legislature and the executive branch for budgeting and planning. With respect to the fiscal note in bringing this bill forward, I also think it is important for BEA to not just contract out a third-party firm to generate their report. You'll note that the fiscal note talks about a $300,000 report, and I think that's a little overpriced. I would charge less if I did it. But I think the BEA has to be extremely prudent in its expenditures, perhaps use a third-party firm to obtain some of the data. And there are subscription firms out there that can provide data as well. But let the analysis and the report writing be an internal effort within the department and division. If I may, I would also like to suggest for the record that the tourism arm of BEA and the business development arm work even more closely together to synergistically attract both tourists and new businesses to New Hampshire. That has the potential of being a win-win. Also, the marketing itself could be done in such a way as to generate the data necessary for evaluating the ROI gained by the tourism advertising. For example, remnant advertising is a low-cost fill-in method of marketing that requires a response or a call to action and provides general marketing along with a data feedback loop for evaluating its effectiveness. My colleague, Representative Murphy, will provide some additional detail on this aspect in her testimony. The bill is, of course, written at a higher level to allow for BEA to implement the specifics and to continuously improve its tourism investments, but this is the sort of expectation that I and my co-sponsors envision for the BEA to accomplish. Tourism is incredibly important to New Hampshire, and the BEA is incredibly important to tourism. This bill provides a high-level mechanism to make certain that the tourism expenditures are better understood and are wisely invested. Thank you for your time. I'd be glad to try and answer any questions you may have, and I urge you to support this bill.
Representative Bridle.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Representative, can you point to a specific example where either in New Hampshire or another state, taking some of the dollars that these tourism Department of Tourism, BEA, has set aside for marketing and shifted that toward ROI analysis. Can you show an example where that has increased tourism performance or a higher net revenue rather than reducing marketing effectiveness or higher administrative costs? Thank you.
That's a great question. I understand that BEA will speak after me, and so I would defer to their examples. I'm hoping that they can provide some. If they can't, it's something that I could research and try and provide to you at some later point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Wary, for taking my question. Do you know offhand what the tourism budget was that was put back in last year?
I thought it was approximately 15 million, if I remember correctly, that ballpark.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. For the record, I am Mary Murphy, Representative Mary Murphy, Hillsborough 27, Deering and Francistown. And I'm needed in Ways and Means because we're discussing taxes today, so I'm going to be very brief. So what we're trying to do is bring best business practices to state government. And one of the best business practices is justifying expenditures by measuring both what you're spending and what the outcome is. And so of all of the departments that the state has, or all the agencies, BEA most closely reflects what happens in business. They are the marketing arm for the state of New Hampshire. So we have been working increasingly closely with them, trying to support them and soliciting from them ideas for what bills would make their jobs easier, better, and what would make them more effective in their role of marketing the state of New Hampshire, both to other countries as well as to other states. So it should be noted that when the battle was going on behind the scenes during the HB2 budget discussions last year, there was a movement to completely eliminate the $14.6 million tourism budget. And I was one of the proponents of retaining it because I had done some research and I provided this research to other representatives that showed that any state that eliminated its marketing budget in the way that was being proposed immediately saw a negative. They lost 1/3 of their state revenue, And New Hampshire, you have to keep in mind, as we've already discussed, tourism is like our second largest revenue, contributor. And so what we're trying to do is support BEA, and in particular the tourism part of BEA, by helping them justify their expenses and to show with empirical evidence that they are making an enormous contribution to the revenues of the state and the well-being of small businesses in our state. So that's really what this bill is about. It's really best business practices and trying to assist them with determining return on investment. And advertising is one of the best ways to do that. And remnant advertising, as Bob had mentioned, is one of the best ways to do that because it's much less expensive. It's like a fraction of the cost of premium advertising. And yet many times you end up with a premium advertising spot because of a cancellation. And this advertising, this remnant advertising, is available across almost all mediums: billboards, TV, radio, social media. And because it has a call to action in it, you're able to very accurately track exactly who saw your ad and who had the desirable response, which is to request information about the state or perhaps make a hotel reservation. So this is what we're trying to do, is coordinate with BEA and through legislation try to bring greater business accountability for the spending that the state is doing in this area. So that concludes my testimony. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Thank you.
Representative Bridle.
I'll try to make mine quick to respect your
Yeah,
time.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chair. And I was very crucial in that restoring the funding last year to HB2, and I'm worried that oversight heavy regulation like this in other states, Florida, Colorado, Connecticut, even the UK, has caused their tourism marketing budgets to actually decline over the years. And so I'm worried that how does this specific bill avoid the risk of converting the tourism promotion into like a compliance-driven reporting exercise?
Actually, that's a good question. When we spoke with the interim commissioner of BEA as well as one of the directors, and the tourism people were involved in this discussion, they actually felt this bill would be helpful to them. So they're already collecting a lot of this data. It's just that they're not taking the final step of, putting it into a report back to the legislature to show, hey, look at this. We had this tremendous influence over, meals and rentals tax, just as one example. So what we're doing is just putting a mechanism in place to allow them to do this. And with some of the work that we've done with them, we've identified ways for the state to save on things they're doing already. Representative Weary mentioned, instead of hiring third parties to do the report writing, have the staff do their own analysis and report writing. And the added benefit of that is that they would know the data. And so therefore they would gain, we think, additional insight having to do that extra step. So just so you know, I was the chief marketing officer for one company, and I was a very senior exec at IBM. I had all of marketing except PR and advertising for Europe, Middle East, Africa, Russia, and India. And so I know of what I speak. This is, we'll even help them if they need it, figure out how to do this, because it's something that's second nature to me.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So you mentioned a report, but as I understand it, at least according to statute, the commissioner has to provide a report annually about the expenditures to the speaker, Senate President, the council, about the activities involving the tourism. So what's missing from that report?
Revenue. Like, they're not tying it directly to the revenue generated, but the type of advertising that we have suggested and that they think is a good idea has calls to action. So you're going to have a much better way to link it, to revenue sources such as rooms that are rented, rental cars that are rented, restaurants, reservations that are, taken. So it's really missing that bit.
Anyone else? Representative Sargent.
Thank you. Why $10,000 as the floor?
We didn't want to make it burdensome, and we think that a lot of their most effective programs are above that threshold. So we don't want to burden the department with unnecessary activity, but we do in fact want to assist them in justifying the expenses that they're making, especially significant ones. But thank you for the question.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your
Great.
testimony.
Thanks very much.
I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on 1626?
Can you fill out a pink?
You need to tell us your name, fill out a pink card, please. But you can fill it out and give it to the clerk after
Okay,
you speak.
thank you.
Who are you?
Michelle Cruz, Director of Division of Travel and Tourism Development. I just wanted to make a correction on the marketing budget, which it's actually 11.5 million for advertising for the year. And so I just wanted to make that one correction.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yes, I shouldn't say to take questions. Did you have questions of this this speaker? Do you mind taking questions? It's up to you. That's all right. I know you're respecting our time.
I'm sorry. I am open to questions.
We'll go to Representative Nab first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. It says in the fiscal note that there previously has been these reports done. Is that accurate?
Correct. So we do ROI on our 3 advertising, our marketing campaigns. So we do a winter, summer, and fall campaign. And with each of them, we do an ROI. And so that's something that is done annually. At the moment, we don't have a research contract that was not approved as of June of 2025. So, but since 1990, we've had research.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So just to clarify, you don't have a contract because you didn't get funding for the contract?
We have the funding. The contract wasn't approved.
By GN?
Correct, by
Okay,
the Executive
GNC.
Council.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the ROI is being calculated, why isn't it being included in the annual report?
I don't have an answer to that, but I would think that it would be included, but I don't have the information as to why that wouldn't be in the annual report.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again. Previous speakers mentioned that BEA was supportive of this bill. I didn't see testimony, written testimony. Is that the case?
I just wanted to be here in case there were any questions to share what we do for research or what we've done in the past.
So no position?
No position.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll ask again, is there anyone else that wants to speak on HB 1626? Anyone to speak on HB 26? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing on HB 1626.
Chairman Harp.
Yes, the blue sheets, thank you.
1 in favor on the blue sheets, 1 in favor online, 1 opposed.
Thank you. Moving on to HB 1655 FN. HB 1655 FN, establishing a funding source for maintaining state-owned dams. I'm assuming the first prime sponsor will fill out a pink card.
2 pink cards on.
Oh, they're on their way.
I promise you I will. For the reminder, Ms. 31.
And as protocol goes in the rules, you understand as you're presenting it, you cannot ask any questions. Thank you.
He gave us a list over here, don't worry.
Representative Darby, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honorable colleagues of the Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. For the record, I'm Representative Will Darby from Hillsborough District 11, representing the welcoming people of Nashua Ward 8. This committee understands the challenges the state faces with repair costs to state-owned dams. I won't go into the details. We heard about them recently, but in summary, there's about $300 million required to repair state-owned high-hazard dams. This doesn't include the maintenance and operations costs. State takes in only $600K in revenue from hydro leases, and in the capital improvement budget last year, 10.8 million was allocated. We also know that most property downstream of a dam would be safer if the dam were removed and the natural water flow restored. For example, the high hazard dam at Hadley Falls is in the process of being removed. And last year, 3 small fishing game dams were also removed without any restoring the natural flow. The majority of dams benefit water body users: fishermen, water sports enthusiasts, swimmers, kayakers, people just that enjoying the beauty and the water levels of our lakes. We've heard the expression, if you put a boat on a lake in New Hampshire, there's most likely a dam on it. With the potential liability of this size, the state needs an all-of-the-above strategy for how to meet this funding need. As an example, at the end of last year, this committee recommended HB 629, which added a surcharge to boat decal fees to help chip away at the problem, which is passed in the House and is headed to Finance. This bill is another step in that direction. I'm sure we all recall, HB 629 originally had a tax on waterfront footage for all taxable property. This would have unfairly taxed open lands like those in current use and farms. And the determination of the amount of waterfront footage was also a challenge to that bill. This bill takes a more straightforward approach of applying a flat fee to waterfront property owners and those with deeded waterfront property rights, while exempting farms and current use properties. While some may claim that waterfront property owners pay their fair share with high valuations and large tax bills, I believe that this bill aligns with the New Hampshire way of those who benefit should contribute. In addition to the recreational benefits enjoyed by waterfront property owners, that waterfront property owners enjoy, the valuations of their very properties are directly supported by the dams, since reduced water levels would lead to unsightly waterfronts and in some cases make boating and swimming inaccessible to some of those properties. This bill is not asking waterfront property owners to solve the problem, but just to contribute to the solution, as we search for other funding sources to resolve the problem overall. This bill contributes. So the details of this bill is it contributes to the existing dam maintenance. It requires municipalities to collect the funds, similar to how they collect car registration fees and property taxes. Funds are remitted to the Department of Revenue Administration for deposit into the dam maintenance fund. They therefore are responsible for the collection of unpaid fees and similar to the process for unpaid property taxes. So they have the infrastructure and which DES doesn't have to sort of follow up on these. And that was another problem with the original bill, was how the collection was actually going to be handled. I did consult DRA during the initial drafting of the bill. But as we know, there's tight OLS timelines, both for getting the initial draft in as well as once we get the draft back. And so DRA did not see the final version. I saw that they provided some comments this morning, about an hour or two ago, but I have not been able to incorporate those. I am positive that there are changes required. In particular, Roman numeral 6 in section, I think 1, needs some rework. I also received some comments from Forest Society on the definition of working farm that I need to work out, as well as a couple of comments from DES, which I have put together an amendment on on DE from DES, although this is not the amendment I suggest. Oh, I see. There, you wrote the whole thing. Okay. I've also received some feedback from DES. I put together an amendment from that, which is I handed out this morning. It's also for people that are interested. There's copies up there. So I do believe that there's a little more work required in order to fix this bill up. Thank you for your time listening to this testimony. I hope that we can work together to restore the state-owned dams so that we can preserve our magnificent lakes and the opportunities that they provide to so many of us. And of course, I'm happy to take questions.
So I'm going to ask a question first. Just to clarify, you say this needs more work, so you're going to have more amendments that you're going to submit after you go to OLS?
My plan right now is to review the feedback from DRA that they emailed out. Maybe, I'm not sure if they're going to testify today as well. Work to incorporate that and have another amendment ready for
Okay, that's all
Wednesday.
I wanted to know. You're going
Yes.
to have another amendment. Representative, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. You and I were both on a committee that studied this, and we both know the importance of this. So I was just wondering if you could explain a little bit to the public and to the representatives here how important this funding is, and whether we need several sources of funding, and how important it is for this dam, for the dams.
Representative Dunn, while I very much thank you for the question. While I very much wanted to be on that committee, I was not on it. I'm just passionate about this issue, which is why I sort of both put forth the amendment for 620, what was it, 629, as well as put this bill forward. Because I'm passionate about our lakes in New Hampshire. And so many of our lakes, including I think all of the Great Lakes, definitely Winnipesaukee, are maintained because of the dam levels. This last year, as an example, we, some of us went out on a field trip from Marine Trades, and it was about wake sports. But what was remarkable in listening to the marine operators was that the water level, because of the drought, had put a lot of properties in jeopardy of not being able to use their boats. They were pulling up boats earlier than ever because of the drought. If we didn't have the dams, those properties would not be able to have boats to begin with. The available the recreational benefits of Lake Winnipesaukee, one of our greatest assets, would be, in my opinion, greatly reduced. And so I have a camp on a lake that has a dam. The dam is actually in Massachusetts, so it's not state owned by New Hampshire. But I recognize that every year the water goes down 10 feet. A friend of mine, the water goes down 15 feet right in front of his camp. It goes down 15 feet. If these dams weren't in place, if they fail, or if they have to be removed because they can't be repaired, the property values, the recreational value of these properties are going to be dramatically reduced. I think, and the tourism that they bring to the state is going to be reduced. I think this is an incredibly valuable use of a little bit of funds to support DRA so they can collect this money and provide it to the dam maintenance fund. Thank you for the question again.
Any other questions for Representative Darby? Representative
Thank you,
Donnelly.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Dari. So reading through this, all of the money that would come across the state goes into a general fund. Who then decides how the money gets dispersed? And as a resident of a town, and I'm looking at the fairness of how the money gets dispersed. If you have one town that says, okay, we're collecting $100 from each of these people, how much does that town get to keep? And is it going to be divvied out across towns? Yes, I'll go with that one question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Donnelly, for the question. First, I guess I failed to point out that this fee is only expended on, is only charged for property owners and those with deeded access to property that is dammed by state-owned dams. So it's not statewide. It doesn't apply to like all waterfront property, like rivers and things like that. Just those water bodies with state-owned dams. Secondly, I also failed to point out that I'll come back to that because I just lost my train of thought. But DES, I think, is going to testify, and they can talk about. So this goes into not into the general fund, but into the dam maintenance fund, an existing fund. And I think the DES can talk about how they distribute funds, how they use those funds.
Any other questions for Representative? Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Darby, for taking my question. In 2025, DES wrote us, the committee, on a similar bill, saying that the estimated cost to maintain, let me get the wording right. An analysis by the Dam Bureau estimates the cost to repair and bring into compliance all 276 state-owned dams at $414 million. An estimated $300 million of that is needed to address the 64 state-owned dams classified as high hazard. Your proposed legislation has a fiscal revenue statement of $3 million a year starting in 2027, burdened only on the waterfront property owners. Don't you think that this is a bigger problem and that should be funded by the entire state and all of us that own property in the state?
Thank you, Representative Sargent, for the question. I'm definitely not a fan of raising property taxes, for the record. I believe that this is, I'm using the term we've used, I think our former governor used, all of the above strategy. This is the second of the all of the above, and we have more, we need to find more funding sources. I don't think that, I think you will see some testimony that says something like 16 million is needed a year. That's the average. That's the estimate. So, so clearly this is not enough. But we know, for example, from the the budget last year, that that the general funds are very hard to come by. Money that is raised, I think there's a lot of discussion over whether that should be helping to reduce property taxes by supporting education, as an example. This, I firmly believe that the people that benefit from an activity should be the ones that help to fund it. And no one benefits, in my opinion, more than a lakefront property owner.
That's it. Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Andrea Lamoureux, opposing the bill, New Hampshire Lakes.
Good morning, Chair Harb and members of the committee. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, the policy advocate and president of New Hampshire Lakes. We are here in opposition to the bill as it is currently written. As you know, we represent about 150 lake associations throughout the state. So our constituency, we have heard from many of them that while they support the intent of this bill, absolutely, New Hampshire has a dam funding problem. We realize that more funding needs to be raised to help DES do their work to maintain these dams. We appreciate Representative Darby and agree with a lot of what he said. Dams benefit on state, lakes with state-owned dams benefit property owners, absolutely. They benefit many other stakeholders as well. We really appreciate the effort of the legislature and this committee over the years in looking at this issue. And with this particular bill, we think it's a huge improvement from last year's bill. But with that said, we still have concerns. Our concerns are, and is more thoroughly explained in the letter you just received. This is projected to raise about $3 million per year. We understand the department needs about $16 million per year, so it falls short of a complete, solution. Our constituency feels that this places too much of the burden on the shorefront property owners without, discussion of other stakeholders to look to help fund this $16 million gap. So we would we do not support this bill as is written, but would certainly appreciate or entertain any potential tweaks to this bill to ensure that this conversation continues. We are worried that if this shorefront property fee gets put into law and other additional funding sources do not, that it may just become easy in the future for the legislature to raise this fee without considering other sources. We do believe that there are some other sources out there that have been previously discussed by study committees and the legislature that need to be revisited. Times are different now. The need is more urgent. Our weather is changing. And I'll just throw out one crazy idea. We understand that the state meals and rooms tax has not been discussed as a potential funding source. While I know that it would be very controversial to try to raise that, perhaps even a very minimal increase could help contribute to a more holistic funding solution. Rooms and meals tax, that would get a lot of folks that come to New Hampshire, don't own property in New Hampshire, but come to New Hampshire to enjoy our lakes and enjoy our lakes that have been dammed. And I also want to acknowledge, and we appreciate and understand that, boaters, those that register their boats in New Hampshire, are going to be asked to contribute to this problem. So we see the in-state boaters and the shorefront property owners potentially contributing to this problem. But again, would like some reassurances that this issue is going to continue to be studied by the legislature. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. I was just curious if New Hampshire Lakes was a part of the previous dam study committee or if you participated in any way.
Thank you for that question. And no, we didn't. We were not involved, nor were we, invited to participate. But I will say that we have more recently, our board, become very interested in this topic, and actually had Corey from the Department of Environmental Services come and speak at our board meeting. So we are full in and participating going forward.
Representative Dunn.
Thank you for taking my question. So no, you do understand the importance of the dam maintenance, and what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get multiple sources to get to the money where we need to be. So would you be willing to work with Representative Darby on an amendment that you could support?
Absolutely. I want to reassure you we understand the problem, and just would like some sort of reassurance that this is going to continue to be studied and other groups looked at as well. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Corey Clark from DES.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Corey Clark, and I'm the Chief Engineer for the Dam Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And you've heard a lot today about the contents of the bill, so I'm not going to go into what exactly is in the bill or the various funding sources. However, just a bit of a background. I've certainly spoken in front of you several times, but just really kind of honing in on how the state became kind of in a unique situation when you look at other states throughout the country. So starting in the late 30s and continuing into the 1950s and 60s, the state of New Hampshire took it upon themselves to acquire a lot of these sites. Certainly, there was a fair amount of dams, a lot of the dams that we know and enjoy today. Lakeport Dam on Lake Winnipesaukee, Bow Lake Dam, Lake Sunapee, Ossipee, Newfound, Squam. those were all built prior to the state owning those dams. They were primarily all built for the purpose of downstream hydropower or mill purposes. And what happened in the 1950s and 60s is a lot of these owners of these sites no longer found it economically feasible to continue to own and operate those sites. Essentially, the electric grid was coming online and powering what they needed, and they therefore didn't need that additional water source for any power needs at their sites. And so in the in the late 1920s, the Water Resources Board was created. It was a quasi-governmental entity that essentially looked over the water resources in the state of New Hampshire. And so that board, in working with the legislature and others, acquired a lot of these sites. I mean, there are deeds that we have here in the state in which the state acquired 3-4 dams in one deed from, say, Public Service in New Hampshire at the time, Granite State Power, things like that. And so the state acquired a lot of these dams in the 1950s and 60s, and then what happened in the 70s and 80s is how are we going to continue paying for these sites? And so in the 1980s, when hydropower was having a rebirth, if you will, because a lot of these sites were, let's look at hydropower. There was a lot of federal incentives. You had the energy crisis of the 70s. So a lot of these became economically viable to bring hydropower back on. And so there were a number of sites in which hydropower was developed. Once again, Lakeport Dam at the outlet of Winnipesaukee, that hydro site there was redeveloped in the early 1980s and late 70s. And so that money that came in from that, because what the state would do is the state would lease out these sites to these hydropower developers, and basically the rent paid by the hydropower developer went into the dam maintenance fund. And that fund, there was enough revenue coming in because of the power purchase agreements that these utilities had, that basically the Dam Bureau was self-funded out of the fund. We paid for everything from the 3 different sections, from dam safety, basically inspection and assessment of all dams in New Hampshire, whether they're public or privately owned, to operation and maintenance of the state-owned dams, to ultimately repair of state-owned dams. And then in the early 2000s, basically through the deregulation process, a lot of the power purchase agreements went away. So a lot of the return on the investment that a lot of these hydropower entities were getting no longer was there, and they were open to basically the market rate at that time. So you had that occurring at the same time with increases in capital needed for the hydropower. And so what essentially happened over the past couple of decades, in 2004, the state leased 12 hydropower sites. We are now down to 8. And to be honest, I probably wouldn't be surprised if a couple more are no longer viable in the next couple of decades due to the capital needs at these sites, certainly as they're aging. And so like I previously mentioned, the dam maintenance fund through hydropower revenue, we were self-sufficient in the 80s and 90s. And then what happened over the past couple of decades is as that hydropower revenue has decreased, however, capital costs have increased, we've turned more and more to the general fund and capital fund to meet our needs. And so currently, you've already heard, we take about $7.5 million annually to operate, a little over 5 million, about 5.2 of that is from general funds and capital funds. The remaining portion is from hydro revenue that I previously mentioned. We do get some federal grants from the dam safety side for the inspection and assessment of dams in New Hampshire. But certainly the amount needed out of that capital and general fund portion is continuing to increase and will continue to increase as these dams age and need more and more investment in order to keep the lakes and water bodies that these dams create. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Any questions? Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Has it ever been discussed that the dams just go back to the municipalities for them to manage and maintain?
So actually, several of the dams were actually acquired by municipalities right around the same time. And so that offer is generally there. So whether it's a municipality, a lake association, or others, if there is interest in taking over the ownership and operation and maintenance of these dams, the state is looking to not only transfer ownership, but also, like was previously said, we're looking to remove dams as well. If the dams are no longer being an economic driver, if the expense to upkeep those dams is too great for the challenges of say the river system and other dams on it, then we are looking at removal as another alternative. So as far as things being on the table, certainly ownership transition is certainly an item that we would be interested in.
Follow up.
Follow up. Can you make it mandatory that the dams have to go back to the municipals versus they have to request it? I mean, I understand a municipal would not want to say, yes, I'd like to take on this burden of expense.
Well, certainly we don't have the authority to delegate to any entity, you must take over this or take over that. But it's purely, as far as we can go, is basically the offer is on the table for those entities.
Any other questions? Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. Can you speak to the letter from last year where DES mentioned 414 million is the cost to repair, replace, or maintain the dams, and then this number of 16 million a year?
Sure. Yes.
Thanks.
And so in 2023, my department was tasked with basically coming up with an estimate of what it would cost. So we looked at the 275 dams the state of New Hampshire owns, broken down into high hazard, significant hazard, low hazard, and what we call non-menace. And so what we found was that of the 64 high hazard dams the state owns, it's a $300 million need to rehabilitate those. The reason that number is much higher than, say, the need for low hazard dams is because those dams have to meet a higher criteria. So here in the state of New Hampshire, generally high hazard dams have to meet the criteria of passing the 1,000-year storm event. So a storm event is possibly somewhat similar to what happened down in Texas during the summer, or Hurricane Helene in North Carolina, something on an order of magnitude of that, in which those dams have to be able to pass that volume of water without failing, because there is a probable loss of life if they do fail. Significant hazard dams, 34 of those the state owned, is about a $54 million need. The reason for that is those dams have to abide by the 100-year event, much lower threshold, much easier to pass that volume of water. The same value for 54 million for the 80 low hazard dams, and about 6 million for what we call non-menace dams. Basically, if those dams fail, nobody downstream is really going to know. They're either way out in the middle of a state park or something like that. And so that need is about 6 million for 97 dams. So you add all that up, you get to the 414 million. So currently we're operating on about 7.5 million. And so if we want to rehabilitate those dams so that each dam gets rehabilitated at least once over a 50-year period, so we take that 414 million divided by 50 years, that's how we get the, I think it's about 8.5 million. I'm not positive on that, but that's essentially how we get to the 16 million needed annually if we were going to basically get into that backlog and bring all these state-owned dams up to current standards.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
testimony. In support of the bill as amended, Representative Wendy Thomas. Oh, that's the next bill?
That last speaker, I just didn't get down his testimony.
Yeah, because he doesn't take a position. Jason Stock, opposing the bill. New Hampshire Timberland Association.
Good morning again. For the record, I'm Jason Stock, New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. I'll be brief. We are in opposition to this bill. And I guess, the idea of assessing a fee, I'll call it a user fee, for many of our members that they have impoundments that are held out, held or created by state dams. They could be open water, or they could be wildlife management areas. And much of that land is in current use. It's managed as just raw timberland. It's managed and used as a timber resource or even ag land. So the notion that, well, we're going to assess you a fee because you have shorefront property on your timberland. Well, there may be instances where they say, geez, I'd love to see that dam go away. I could have more acres to grow more trees on. And I guess we look at this and say, this is not, we're not truly benefiting in the sense that we don't have a camp on this property. We don't have, a dock, boats, all of that. So why are you going to assess a fee on someone with the notion of a user fee? Why assess a fee on raw land that's just there for the sake of growing trees or growing agricultural crops? Again, an easy fix to that would be to just say, look, this wouldn't apply to agricultural land or timberland that's enrolled as it's being assessed as current use. It's not going to be developed as long as it's in current use anyway. So again, that would be an easy way to accomplish that. If the committee does decide to explore this idea further, we'd be happy to continue to have this conversation with you. With that, I'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question again. I know you had concerns and the Farm Bureau had concerns with the bill submitted last year. Would you agree that this is a more palatable option than what was submitted last year?
It's cheaper.
And easier to measure because it's a flat fee, correct? That was one of the concerns.
Yeah, last year, where you get into particularly some of these wildlife management areas where you have a dam that's essentially a marsh or swamp and you have fingers of shorefront. But again, for our members, it comes with the land. It's not really why I own it. I mean, it might be aesthetically, but at the end of the day, that property's paying for itself through the timber it grows. It's not the fact that I can put an Airbnb out there and rent it as a summer vacation spot.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. My final card, Jennifer Ramsey from the DRA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Ramsey. I am the Tax Policy Counsel for the Department of Revenue Administration. We have a couple of roles with respect to this bill. One is to engage in the collections of amounts that, excuse me, do not get collected by municipalities. And that is a role that we can perform. We would need to upgrade our systems to do that and add an employee, but that is not a technical concern that I have with the bill. The other technical concerns that I have are in the written testimony that I handed out to you, and based on the sponsor's statement that he would work on an amendment. I'm not going to go through all of those in detail with you. But the other thing I wanted to bring to the committee's attention is that we are designated as the agency to develop the initial list of properties that would be subject to those fees. And I'm not sure we're the right agency to perform that role. It's my understanding that the state has a GIS system, Granite GIS, that should be able to be utilized to identify the parcels throughout the state. But what we don't have is the designated list of which pieces of waterfront are in fact on state impounded dams. It's my understanding that DES has that information and has access to the same GIS system. So I'm wondering if DES might be the better person to task with developing the initial list and to give the appropriation to do that if they need to develop outside resources to round out that list. I don't know how anyone is going to identify water access property. I don't know if that's something that DES would have information about, and it may be that deed research would be needed in order to identify those properties. That could be a large undertaking that I would suggest needs an appropriation probably as well. So those are the concerns I wanted to share, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Is there anyone else to testify on HB 1655? I'll ask a second time. Anyone else to testify on HB 1655? I'll close the hearing on HB 1655, and knowing that we have amendments coming forward, we'll hold that for exec next week. Oh, the blue sheet.
On the blue sheet, there are one opposed, one in favor, one neutral. And then online, there are 3 in favor, 70 opposed.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to open HB 1664 FN, directing the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources to remove the Hannah Dustin Memorial in Boscawen. I call the prime sponsor, David Nagel. Welcome to Resource.
Thank you. As a doctor, I wasn't sure I would ever get to this committee, but it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. I have a couple questions before we begin. There is an amendment. And I asked you to be given a copy of that. Did you receive that by any chance?
I don't have it.
So I can give you a modified version of it. There was one error in this one, so this is not the final version, but this is a replace all amendment. Then I'm going to give you a copy of my remarks. This is I also asked you to get a copy of this with the op-ed I wrote. And then the last thing is a copy of what I'm about to say. So you can read along with me. Yeah. All right, ready? So, I've done a lot of work in this legislature on healthcare reform. I'm a doctor, and it's what I do. This was something that seemed relatively trivial to me when I started, and I was kind of shocked. I don't know if you're aware of how much media attention that this bill received. With that said, I did fully intend to be somewhat provocative when I wrote it, and I'm honored that what I intended to do actually did happen. So the amendment that's before you actually replaces the bill in its entirety, and it creates an advisory council. And I need to explain why. I'm hoping Ben Wilson is here with me later today. He's from the Department of Cultural and Natural Resources. I have some other folks with me. Denise Pouliot and her husband Paul are here. They represent the Native group. Elaine Clow is the historian from Boscawen. Lori Carey is from the town of Boscawen. She's a former representative and a member of the select board there. So they will all be there to hopefully explain some of this in greater detail than I can, but this is an incredibly complicated site. With that said, we went over all of that. I will tell you right up front, there's also a couple of my friends from the Dustin family that are here, so this is really complicated. But anyways, to me, this amendment exposes the difference between political desire and political realities. I have my feelings. For those of you that heard my unanimous consent address at the House a couple of weeks ago, this is an important issue to me. I've represented and worked with Native groups for a very long period of time. About 6 months ago, I was one of the 99% people in the United States who had absolutely no idea who Hannah Dustin is or was or whatever. I'm an avid cyclist. I ride on the bike trail a lot. I saw the memorial and I suddenly decided I wanted to find out what this was about. My research then went crazy. It's the story that keeps giving. And to be honest, from my perspective, the more you get into it, the worse it gets. And it really speaks volumes about what we as a people feel. We talk about liberty and justice for all, but when we look at our history, there's certainly concerns about how we've treated certain people. The memorial itself, is any of you familiar with the memorial, what it is, what it looks like, the story behind it? So if you know the story, you don't know the story. I will tell you that right now. I mean, it's very complicated. There's no first order account of what actually happened. It was retold to somebody who was known to be an honest individual, but who liked to sell a narrative. And so what we know from him may or may not be accurate. The story is that during King William's War, which happened in the late 1600s between the French and the English, in which some of the natives were fighting on either sides, and that's another long story we can get into, but that she was abducted as part of that war. She was then taken northward. The intent was to take her up to Quebec eventually. What the fate would have been at that time, nobody really knows. She then escaped her sleeping captors, who were actually two native families composed of 2 men, 2 women, 6 and 7 children. She and the other 2 people that she was with then proceeded to murder the 10 of the 12 people. 2 escaped. They were sleeping when they did this. She then proceeded to scalp each one of those and returned to Boston to return the scalps for what was called a scalp bounty. In other words, they were paid for that. The reason, and that's what happened in the actual events that we know. There's a family member here who's a very big expert on it. He can clarify what I just said. The memorial itself, though, reflects not that. What the memorial reflects is what happened in the 1800s. I do want to digress for 1 second here, because there's a statement that goes to the victor go the spoils, and I'm sure you've all heard that. One of the spoils you get is you control how the narrative's told. So typically the narrative of the treatment of indigenous people all over the world was told by the British or the French or the Spanish, but you never heard the native part of the story. In 1919, for those of you who watched the movie Gandhi, you're probably familiar with one of the most passionate scenes in the movie, in which a British general orders the murder of over 200 men, women, and children, unarmed. And the reason why he justified it, it didn't go over very well. What made this event unique was that for the first time in history, the entire world was watching, and they saw what was happening. And when that happened, even Winston Churchill was horrified by what had happened. And to be honest, that was just a retelling of things that had happened over and over and over again worldwide since the 1500s, since the beginning of colonialism. The colonial people, to their credit or not credit, just believed that they were helping uncivilized people, but their goal was assimilation or death. They were followed by a thing called the Doctrine of Discovery, which meant it was a formal policy in Europe that said if you were the first one there, you owned it. And so that's basically what happened when the Puritans and other people came here, is they felt that they had the right to own the land, dictate to the people that were coming on, and basically adopted a policy of assimilation or die. That eventually became part of Manifest Destiny, which was the spreading of our culture throughout to the Pacific Ocean. The reason why all of that is important is that's what becomes incorporated in the statue. Hannah Duston's story was in the limelight for a couple of years, and then it kind of disappeared. And then suddenly, miraculously, it reappeared in 1815. And that is incredibly complicated. I will let my historian folks tell you way more about that. But the reality was that she was used as a functional poster child to justify the treatment of natives as we moved westward, to portray them as savages and to justify any violence that may be done to them. And it was always interesting that the colonial, or as we moved, I shouldn't say we, my family wasn't here, but as they moved westward, they basically justified it by saying, you know, we're just trying to help them. Even Andrew Jackson in the Trail of Tears thought he was doing them a favor by giving them land that they had never lived on. That's what that statue functionally was done to memorialize, is the spirit of patriotism. And that is the concern that I had with it. I don't know how I would react if somebody abducted me, if I didn't know what my fate was and I had a chance to get away. I have no idea what I would do, and it'd be wrong for me to judge her for what she did. Killing 6 children, sleeping and scalping them, that has never gone over well. This monument's been divisive. The story's been divisive since the day it was. And I will want to stress, what I'm saying is not being politically correct. Everything I've just told you has been controversial since the 1600s for the story, and since the late 1800s for the memorial. In fact, somebody the day after the memorial was dedicated wished that the winds would just blow it into oblivion and never bring it back. So what we're talking about has never happened. The reality is that it's there. Hannah Duston's story disappears after that date, and we were left with a memorial that was handed over to the state. The reason why that's important is that for a lot of people, this is considered an insult. And I do want to read one, actually, if I have it, here it is. Actually, it's in my notes. There's a bunch of stuff I want to read to you, but let me read it from my notes. Never forgetting that the Abenaki people were massacred on that plot of land, making it a sacred burial place. In what other cemetery is there a monument to the murderer? It's very sad to go there and see that monstrosity still standing over the bones of our murdered children, not to mention the unkempt condition of the land. That came from somebody that didn't want to be quoted primarily because she was afraid of retribution. And I mean, I work with Native groups all over the place, and I've heard that story over and over and over again. And it's really sad, and it should never happen in this country in this day and age, nor should it ever happen. To read what she sent me is really emotionally retching, but that is what she said. With all that said, that's where we are today. So where do we go from here? And that's the thing. My friend Michael, who directs the Native American Services of Western New York, has a belief. Bad things happen in the past. You can't change that. But how can you make that a better future? And that's what the goal is, what we would like to do with the site. That's what the amendment's all about. There's a work group that's already existing. It's a multi-stakeholder work group. It's hard to include everybody in it. But folks in the town of Boscawen, myself, Native representatives, Department of Cultural and Natural Resources, several historians are all involved in this project to better explain the history of it and include the Native presence into the memorial, and also change the highway sign, which is frankly racially insensitive. That's being polite. And historically inaccurate, to create a sign that really is much more accurate for the events that we think happen there. And I will tell you, it's highly unlikely the events actually ever happen at that spot, but that's where they're associated with. But that's what the goal of the amendment, the council, whatever. The only reason I thought when we came up with that solution for this, I didn't think we even needed this bill or you. I was informed we do, because that small sliver of land, there's 4 entities involved in that property. The state has a small piece of it. So that's why we created an advisory council for the state to be so involved in the project. So I think that's all I meant to say. I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Harb, and thank you, Mr. Representative. What happened to the New Hampshire State Park Hannah Dustin Advisory Committee that was meeting and then seemed to have stopped in 2021?
Fabulous question. And I mean, the folks that I'm with that were part of that will be able to answer that better than I. It's a complicated answer. They will explain to you, I think, what the plan is, because it's really neat. I'm not sure how much, I don't think it was an interest issue, it was a funding issue. And I'm glad you asked the question, because last I checked, funding is an issue these days in a lot of things. The goal is that this will be privately funded. There's already been a substantial grant promise for this project. So my goal and hope is that the state never has to pay a cent for this, except for mowing the lawn, because I think that is your responsibility. But
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question was, do we need this legislation, or does something like this already exist with whatever is underneath the state parks?
I was told, I don't know, is Ben here? Oh, Matt's here. I probably should defer that to them, but when we brought that up at our work group, his answer was yes. So my hope was no, but he said yes.
Any other questions? Don't say any. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas, supporting the bill as amended.
All right, just before I go, the amendment I gave you is not the final one. They eliminated the Boscawen representative. We put it back in, so you should be getting that. That's the only difference.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be back here again. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. As you stated, I support this bill as amended. This is not about erasing or canceling history. This is about having an honest and sensitive discussion about actions that have been taken in the past and trying to figure out if those actions were fair to all and should continue to exist unchallenged. From the prime sponsor, it sounds like the statue will stay, but that additional information will be provided. The proposed solution of an advisory council sounds like an honest, compassionate, and elegant solution to this issue. Thank you.
You take question?
I will take questions.
Any questions?
Didn't anticipate any, but I
I don't see any, so thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Lori Carey, did I say that right? From Boscawen, opposing the bill.
Thank you. I serve on the Select Board of the Town of Boscawen. My name is Lori Carey. I'm a former state representative and was involved the last time this bill came before the New Hampshire State Legislature in 2013. The Board of Select people disagree with demolishing history. We do agree with expanding the interpretation of the area. And ironically, when the last advisory committee was made, there were some recommendations which have been accomplished. Working with the DOT volunteers to do brush cutting and mowing and paths leading to the island, that's been done. Routinely paint over graffiti on the bridge to discourage vandalism, that has been done. Partner with local volunteers in Boscawen to develop a trail route. Well, we work very closely with the Friends of the Northern Rail Trail in Boscawen. It brings a great deal of economic activity to our town. Encourage the Friends of the Northern Rail Trail to extend their trail network. And I was very proud to say I was there with Governor Sununu when we were able to get that last 0.6 of a mile completed. And then collaborate with the town of Boscawen and other parties to develop a parking lot or spots at Commercial Street. This has been done. And install lighting along the bridge and new statue for security, in near statue for security. And we've installed cameras to try to protect the monument because in 1874, the 442 people who funded this statue and the trustees who gave this statue to us, Booton, Nutter, and Cavalry, said, this statue, when completed, the title to the land being in us, is to be assigned to the state or to some corporation, municipal or otherwise, who shall forever, not may, who shall forever protect and preserve it. And the town of Boscawen has taken on our responsibility to protect and preserve this piece of history, this first statue to a woman in the United States. Furthermore, I'd like to mention also from 1874, the undersigned, Booton, Nutter, and Caverly, proposed to erect a monument to the memory of Hannah Duston, a representative of New England mothers. That was what they said in their document to us as to what she was. And I think there is no doubt our history is ugly. At the time that Hannah was captured by the Native Americans, there were 27 children and adults in her village who were murdered in that act. And our history is something we should not forget. It is a troubled history. It is an evolutionary history, and there is an opportunity to expand what we tell in that area without demolishing what has been. And I think that's very important. And what the advisory committee, which hasn't met in a number of years, said is priorities for them. If they were reconstituted, and some of us are more than willing to roll up our sleeves and actually get something done, is renaming or rebranding the site. In fact, some of this has occurred. The marker at the side of the road has changed, and if you live in the area, you would know this. Replacing the historic marker, so that's occurred. Forming a friends group, that has not occurred. Adding picnic tables, not occurred. Bridge fencing has occurred. Cleaning the statue has occurred. Improve and elaborate the broader story. Here's our opportunity. Quite frankly, it benefits all of us to elaborate on that broader story. And then in the midterm, which was 2 to 5 years, the Northern Rail extension, which has been completed. Interpretive signage, I would add that experiential things are more likely to engage than signage. So if you use your QR codes and you have some sort of living history exhibits where people can walk through, to me, that's more impactful than just a sign. But You know, this was from 10, 15 years ago. So at the state park gallows sign near the park and ride lot, that's that brown sign. I know it sounds terrible, but that's what they were talking about. Work with the town and parties to create trails behind the island. Actually, nobody has worked with the town, and this piece of legislation came as a shock and surprise to us. And had it not been on the news, we wouldn't have known about it at all. And then add temporary or rotating art exhibits. We love this idea. Actually, the opportunity with the bridge over the Merrimack River and onto the island there, that's at the convergence of the Kentucky and Merrimack Rivers, would be a wonderful place for young people to display art that could be on a rotational basis. And then install lighting. This could still be used with response art and statue pieces. And I think that's definitely something we could do. What stumps me is there were really good recommendations made a decade ago that were never followed through on. And I think the problem is, I'm going to be politically incorrect, government doesn't get things done. They just don't get things done. I think if there were some friends group created, maybe we'd complete this project that was begun so many years ago. But I think it requires all parties to be involved. The town should not be excluded. People who are advocates of history should not be excluded. The native population should not be excluded. We should all work together to achieve what could be a site that brings people from all across the country to learn about history and all aspects of history, which is a very fascinating area. So I would advocate for not demolishing Hannah Dustin, but to look at a broader perspective of inclusive history, where we tell a broader story, include more people, and certainly include the town of Bosquen, because this is our history. Thank you.
Will you take questions or not?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Any questions? Now that I said that, nobody has any questions, so thank you. It's not checked, but I assume she's in favor. Denise Poulot?
Kwai Niederbach, Indelawasin Denise Pulio, Sagamasqua. Hello, my friends. My name is Denise Pulio. I'm the head female speaker of the Kawasuk Band of the Pennacook Abenaki people. I am here today to give my support for the amended version of this bill. We do not recommend, as much as the Native community hates the statue, I'm not going to lie, we hate the statue, but we also recognize the importance of maintaining the history of this region to discuss and to show how we got to where we are today. If we start erasing these pieces of history, we're going to be erasing not just pieces of New Hampshire history, but pieces of Western history as well, when it comes to Manifest Destiny, as well as this being the first statue of a woman. Hannah herself never actually spoke about what happened to her. The story that we all know today was written and presented by Cotton Mather. And so by doing the actual historical research, we created a documentary discussing the true history of Hannah Dustin. It's approximately 60 minutes long. And you'll find in the documentary that Hannah never spoke of this, and basically the purpose of the statue was to help endorse Manifest Destiny across this nation. So this statue is incredibly complicated. The history is incredibly complicated, but at the end of the day, if we wipe the statue out, there will be no other place where we can actually tell the true history behind the story of Hannah Dustin and the purpose of the statue. So by maintaining the site and adding some narrative to the site and expanding the site to include additional historical narratives from the region, will turn the site into something that's more palatable, if you will, for the community, and it will help maintain the accurate history of our region.
You take questions.
I'm more than happy to take questions. I just don't want to keep talking and bend everyone's ear forever, because I can go on forever about this.
I have one question.
Sure.
Is that film online any place that you mentioned?
So the film is not online. We're in the process of getting it online. We're actually in process of having conversations with Red River theaters to do a free showing for the community. We've reached out to have conversations with that. We are in the process of also planning on doing some free online screenings at different points during the course of the day, so that people will be able to tune in when they're able to.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Good to see you. I'm not sure you'll have the answer to this, but I know that Durham went through a process of working on their signage, which referred to the Oyster River Massacre.
I
As
was
my
part of
dad
that
said-
committee.
Okay, you are the person to answer my question. As my dad said, if it's a massacre, the white people died, right? So, can you speak to who was, and it seemed like that process went pretty well. I imagine it's the language change on this sign or this site that might cause a lot of discussion. Who was involved with the one that happened in Durham, and could you speak to how that process went and if it went well?
So
you.
the town of Durham actually hired a mediator. This subject was so divisive with believe it or not, the local historical society. The local historical society wanted to keep pushing forward the popular colonial narrative, where we wanted to keep adding the indigenous perspective on how that colonial narrative came to be. At the end of the day, the moderator ended up working through a lot of those situations, but the committee, and it was televised, not televised, but it was recorded, and I believe it's available on the town's website if anyone's interested in going back to review those films. But we had historians, indigenous representation, town representation, state representation, basically anyone was invited. And we held these meetings in public, so the public was able to come in and give opinion as well during the process. But at the end of the day, we ended up putting up a new historical marker. It's a two-sided marker where a lot of them are one-sided here in the state, same narrative on both sides. This one, we decided to put a written narrative on one side and an actual timeline on the back side, so people can understand the complexity of the time at the region.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Robert Lister, opposing the bill from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to attend this hearing today and allowing me to speak in opposition to House Bill 1664. My name is Bob Lister. I am a longtime resident of Portsmouth, a former teacher, coach, principal, and superintendent of schools. I'm also a former mayor of the city of Portsmouth, a city steeped in history since 1623. I am opposed to the recommendation of House Bill 1664 to remove the Hannah Duston Monument in Boscawen. I am well aware of the history and the story of Hannah Duston through my discussions with descendants, readings, and research, and aware of the many accomplishments and contributions of Native Americans from our region and the history of our country, the Abenaki Indians in particular. The controversy that occurred around the events that took place starting on a farm in Haverhill, Massachusetts in March 1697, culminating on the banks of the Merrimack River, have a history in itself. I'm also aware of the Hannah Duston Monument on the square in Haverhill, Massachusetts, erected in 1879, and the similar controversy there in recent years, which, after much discussion, resulted in the decision to keep the monument in the center of the city, with a portion of the inscription being modified, in addition to the hatchet in her hand being removed because it was offensive. The Hannah Duston Monument, erected in Boscawen in 1824, is the first and oldest monument to a woman in the United States. I understand the concerns of the indigenous population and absolutely want to respect their accomplishments and contribution to the history of our country. But I feel strongly that it would be more appropriate to recognize all Native Americans, in this case, the Abenaki Nation, along with the Hannah Duston Monument, on equal footage rather than just remove the monument completely. You can't change history, nor should we. Whether we like it or not, Unfortunately, several periods of history in our history have resulted in the degradation and abuse of groups of people. What's most unfortunate is that we don't seem to learn from these events, and in some cases, history has repeated itself. We must present the true history of our region and our emerging nation, and as an educator, I feel that we should not allow attempts to change history by removing, hiding, or denying historical events. This does not give our young people or scholars of history the right message as they study New Hampshire and United States history. The Hannah Duston Monument is a story of survival, not a story of glorification, of abuse of any one group or people. Our history today is based on the early events of pre-colonial times, and what happened in 1697 should be part of teaching students the events in New Hampshire history, and remember that there are many events that occurred before, during, and after this event that impacted the birth of our nation. This year, in 2026, as we begin the celebration of 250 years of our country, the United States, we have the opportunity to teach, to learn, and document the complete history of its peoples and events that led to the celebrating a nation of these different people and events that made us who we are today. Hopefully, we'll continue with this in mind. So I request that you reconsider any recommendation to remove the Hannah Duston Monument on the Merrimack River and use any further discussions to find a way to acknowledge and celebrate Native Americans and the early settlers at the same location, much like the design and the decision that was made at the Hannah Duston Monument in Haverhill. I hope the future outcome of the Hannah Duston Monument in Boscawen will be presented in a nonpartisan manner, result in the revitalization of a park at the present location that welcomes all visitors, through new signage telling the true story of this event in 1697, working closely with the Hannah Duston Association, along with continued public input, and most importantly, resulting in a respectful venue to all and for all citizens. I thank you again for the opportunity. And if you're interested why I'm here talking about Hannah Duston, I married into Hannah Duston descendants, so I've heard about Hannah Duston for many, many years. Thank you.
Will you take questions?
Yes, sir, I will.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Supporting the bill, Paul Poulo.
Thank you for having me here before this hearing. My name is Paul Pulio. I'm the Sogamo, or the principal speaker for the Cossack Band of the Pinnacle Abnaki people. But today I'm charged with my other responsibility, which is I'm the chair of the New Hampshire Native American Commission on Native American Affairs. At our last meeting, which was last week, our state SHPO, Ben Wilson, and our parks representative, Matt Flanders, and I, and others met to discuss this bill. At first, we were definitely opposed to the removal of the monument, but as Representative Nagel presented, he became very educated as the process transpired, and he realized that really what we needed was a committee or some kind of action group that would move this forward. As a commission member, we took it up as an agenda item at our last meeting, which was last week, and favorably they said I should go speak before you in favor of keeping the monument in place and re-envision the whole site. As my wife Denise Pulio spoke, we realized this has been going on for almost a decade, talking about this site. We noticed back in that time period that a lot of monuments were being removed in the South, and it created a lot of controversy. And we knew there was a flashpoint here with the Hannah Duston Monument because tribal groups outside of this area have always advocated for blowing it up, tearing it down, and removing it. But we saw it as an opportunity to re-envision this site in a more favorable light. My wife and I have looked at this site and we envisioned a lot greater than just the monument. We saw an opportunity to envision the rich history of Concord and Boscawen, because now we have a rail trail going through the site. We have more visibility on the site. We saw it as an opportunity to make it a historical park, and we wanted to partner with the state to try to create a new narrative for the site. We could include everything from railroad history to logging history to the history of the Merrimack River, but we most importantly wanted to make a memorial to the 10 indigenous people, which, by the way, we have determined were Christian Indians that had fled the warfare of Massachusetts. The people that Hannah Duston did kill were not involved in the actual raid. They were a family that was sitting in situ here in the Merrimack, and the war party that came through dropped them off for a later pickup, which never did happen. So when we looked at the whole history and we did our own documentary, we found that the history was very convoluted, filled with a lot of narratives which were created 100 years later than the event occurred. So that's why we created the documentary, to re-envision this and hopefully open the eyes of everybody, saying, we now have something that you can all look at. It's a visual thing. It talks about the history, how convoluted it is, how it transpired to the point where the monument was erected 200 years after the event occurred, and how it played into Manifest Destiny and the envisionment of, we were like Greek goddesses going to the west, developing the land and the flowing gowns and all the other things that we see of those imageries of the late 1800s. We saw an opportunity to re-envision this and really tell a full story of the location. We also realized that Boscawen was really wanting to redevelop that whole area. So we said, this is a great opportunity to look at mutual cooperation, develop a more robust park, and re-envision it. But at this point, I think the best thing is for everybody to see our movie and realize this is a very complicated history. And we're not pointing any fingers about anybody doing anything wrong. It was just filled with so many inconsistencies that we had to dig so deep that it really turned out that when we watched the film, we really don't have a good conclusion. She was a story and nothing more. So if we have any questions.
I don't see any hands, so.
I got off easy, didn't I?
Thank you very much.
But
Very good, thank you.
thank you very much.
Elaine Clow, opposing the bill. Boscawen Historical Society, and herself.
Well, you've already said that I'm president of the Historical Society in Boscawen. About a dozen years or so ago, we had an advisory, let's get together on the Hannah Duston site. It was a mess. It was a police problem. There were transients down there. It was a horrible scene. So we had asked anyone we knew who was associated with Hannah Duston to come and just talk and see what we could do about getting it cleaned up. And we had several state agencies involved, including the forestry, including the water people. We had an artist, Dane Trafton, who is a professor emeritus on medieval art, medieval English, who is very interested in the site. He and his wife visited the site for their regular picnics when they came to New Hampshire, even though it was a mess down there. And that whole thing led to a whole lot of changes and getting things cleaned up down there. We had the Duston family, Cedric Duston, who was president at the time, involved. And virtually all positive stuff that happened came out of that one meeting. I am not only that, I was on the advisory committee that died a few years ago with COVID, And the report came out at the time COVID struck that people have seen and Laurie referred to. It was, it just went moribund at that time. One of the people left who had written the report. It sat and it sat and it sat. I've asked several times where it was, and nobody seemed to know. I'm glad it's resurfaced. There are few colonial monuments and statues anywhere in the U.S. interpreting the French and Indian Wars. This is the first permanent monument in the U.S. dedicated to women, to colonial mothers and their memories, represented by Hannah Duston, only one of many women and children subject to raids and captivity from 1760 and the settlement and started in 1525 when Samuel Champlain went up the St. Lawrence River. On June 17th, 1874, Nathaniel Booton, E.S. Nutter, and Robert Caverly dedicated a memorial statue of Hannah Duston at the confluence of the Merrimack and Kentucky rivers on land conveyed by John C. and Calvin Gage. And the dedication was, "And now, at the distance of nearly 2 centuries, as appears, the faith, valor, and endurance of our ancient mothers, still remaining in the human heart, have been faithfully recognized in the building of a monument to their memories." 100 years later, on Saturday, July 15th, 1974, Robert Colby, who was then president of the Boscawen Historical Society, rededicated the statue to honor Hannah Duston and all women of courage of all races and creeds. A proclamation from Governor Meldrum Thompson was read by his wife, Mrs. Gail Thompson, who was a Hannah Duston descendant, whereas her descendants and other admirers dedicated this granite memorial on June 17, 1874, in a gala ceremony during which Governor James A. Weston of Manchester and the Executive Council accepted custody of the shrine on behalf of the state with a pledge of its perpetual care and to celebrate the 100th year of this first monument to feminine fortitude in the United States. A question has come up about the artistic merit of the statue. On March 14th, 2015, Dane Trafton, Professor Emeritus of Literature and Art at Berkeley, a medieval scholar, presented a paper at the Deerfield Wellesley Symposium dedicated to public art. This particular memorial is unconventional and deserves protection. This is not a triumphant statue. It shows a woman with a stunned face and body language. It is uncommonly and unusually humanistic, reflecting the grimness of the many Indian wars, showing a suffering, grieving woman and mother. Dane and Vera Trafton were attendees at the Society's first information session about the island and statue, and were longtime visitors to the statue when they visited New Hampshire. My personal opinion is that the statue should never be modified by removal of any of its features, i.e. the scalps or the hatchet. It is destroying the form and merit of the artist's work, which would be akin to painting a mustache onto our recent statue of Krista McAuliffe on the State House lawn. We should recognize all area women represented in the events of the time, the colonial mothers. The Abenaki, the Métis, the Ursuline nuns who cared for captive children, the captives ransomed, the daughters of the king. Some descendants were mill workers at the Hannah Duston wool factory in Bosquen, and the women who didn't want to come back to Puritan dominance of branding, witchcraft, illiteracy, and beatings. Do I have any questions?
I don't see any, but thank you for your testimony. He was here earlier, Mr. Jasper, Sean Jasper. Is he in the hall? No. Well, we'll put him back in case he comes. Speaking opposing the bill, Timothy Lord from, I can't tell, but he's representing himself. Mr. Lord.
My name is Timothy Lord. I'm from Hancock, New Hampshire, representing myself. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I oppose House Bill 1664, which would remove the Hannah Duston Memorial, an historic marker in Bosquen. For some, Hannah Duston's story is complicated and uncomfortable, but it is part of New Hampshire's early colonial history and the broader story of conflict between the English and the French. Erasing this monument does not heal that history. It risks sanitizing it and making it easier to forget. The memorial to Hannah Duston was intended to honor her as a heroine of frontier courage. As noted in the statement of findings, she was a victim of the times. Yes, she was taken captive, her newborn murdered, and her future likely to be slavery. Is it any wonder why a grieving, raging mother would have taken the actions she did? The larger story involves the warring English and French and the decline and displacement of Native Americans, including the Abenaki. This larger story, and Hannah's, should not be forgotten. Instead of tearing down the memorial, the state should focus instead on adding contextual interpretation that acknowledges the role of the Abenaki and how they were sometimes coerced by the French to sow violence, capture English settlers, and march them north to be sold in Quebec. It could also document the devastation of Native Americans because of disease and the continued expansion of English settlements. This approach would turn the site into a place of education rather than erasure. For these reasons, I urge the committee to retract House Bill 1664 and to pursue an historically honest interpretation at the site instead of removing an historic New Hampshire icon. Thank you. Do I have any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Also opposing the bill, Tyler D'Ambrosio.
Thank you. I would first like to apologize for my messy handwriting on the pink slip. I understand it's not my strong suit. Anyways, I do not belong to any particular group. I am merely just a member of the public who wanted to voice his thoughts and a major enthusiast of the colonial period, something I very much like to read about. And I am fully opposed to taking down the statue in any way. While I do think it might be beneficial to add some more interpretation at the site, like we have at some of the national parks I've worked at, it might be interesting to sort of revitalize the area. I think that when we talk about this story, it's important to note what exactly people find, I suppose, interesting or inspirational, or whatever you might want to say about it. The colonial frontier of the 1600s was a very brutal place. Now, many of us, of course, we have our cars with heated seats and our houses with nice heating and everything like that. But in the 1600s, with even more brutal winters than today and constant violence between the English and the French, it was a place where one had to be hardy, had to use what skills they had to survive. Now, Hannah Duston was one of many women who were taken captive by different American Indian groups during the 16 and 1700s. She's one of the few, however, and the only one I'm aware of to have made her own escape. Now, Hannah Duston was, she'd recently given birth, as I'm sure you know. Her baby was killed in front of her. She'd been dragged through the forest in the cold for weeks, forced to eat bark and bits of flesh from dead beavers. I don't think it's any wonder that a starving, grieving mother would probably take some of the actions she did to survive. And not only herself, but those of Mary Neff and Samuel Leonardson, who were with her at the time. Hannah Duston's story, like I said, is unique for not only her escape, but what I think is very important to note about Hannah Duston, as another speaker has already said, is people like Hannah Duston are America in a way. It's women like her who helped to essentially build America. I mean, there's so many Hannah Duston descendants. She had over a dozen children, some of whom, some of the descendants I believe might be here today. And if it wasn't for people like her husband Thomas, or other people from New Hampshire history, we wouldn't really have a New Hampshire or a Massachusetts today. They're the ones who not only built the towns we live in, but had to do what they had to do to survive in this new world. Now, I think that the site itself, as I said before, could possibly benefit from some revitalization, some more information about the French and Indian Wars, about the people who inhabited New England at the time, whether it was indigenous people such as the Abenaki, the Pennacook, other groups, or New England settlers. Some of the Presbyterians who were exiled up to New Hampshire might be interesting to talk about. The Puritans didn't want them in Massachusetts Bay, the French, whoever. But I think that removing this memorial is not only going to erase some of the history, and I know objections have been raised with many statues like this that it was built later. Most monuments tend to be built later. That's generally the idea of a memorial, is to remember later. By the time this statue was built, and as people have pointed out, the first statue of a woman in a non-religious setting in America, which is pretty notable. When this monument was built, the people involved in Hannah Duston's story were dead, and what remained was to sort of commemorate the site so that people didn't forget this. I think that if you go to that site, you won't forget it, but you'll have your interpretation. If you think what Hannah did was something she just had to do to survive, that's what that statue might remind you of. If you think what she did was inexcusable and brutal, then perhaps it's a testament to that as well. I could talk all day about history, and I will spare that for you. But thank you very much for hearing me. Thank you.
Would you take any questions?
Oh,
We
this is
may
my
not
first
have
public
any.
hearing. I apologize. Yes, I will take that, sir.
Do you have any questions? We don't have any, but thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll ask one more time if Mr. Jasper is here, or he's not going to come back. He had to leave. He works for the state, so he probably went to work. So is there anyone else who would like to testify on HB 1664? Is there anyone else beside you that would like to speak on HB 16? You need to fill out a pink card after you speak, but you can come to the podium and speak. No, there's a gentleman there.
I prepared a written statement. Would you like me to pass that around? So my name's Adam. Most of what Adam gets, most of what I wanted to say about Hannah has already been said here today. This woman experienced her child having her brains bashed out on a tree by her abductors. My wife would have had would have come back with many more than 10 scalps if that happened to my children. This is just an erasure of our history in order to appease the feelings of people about events that happened centuries ago. Nothing was done to any of the people complaining about this monument. There was no crime was committed against them. What happened was a clash of civilizations when our forefathers came ashore in 1620, and our people won that clash. And we're not sorry about that, and we don't want to take down our monuments.
Thank you for your written testimony. Will you take questions?
Yes, sir.
If there are any. Do we have any questions for this speaker? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like your name because what we have here is, it says the New England National.
My
Party.
name's Adam Getz. I'm a representative from the New England National Party.
He's going to fill out a pink
I'll
card.
fill out a card for you.
Yes, because we want to make sure we spell your name correctly. That's all. Any other questions for Mr. Getz? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone new that wishes to speak on HB 1664? And it's been a long day, so we'll let you take this stand again. Have Representative Darby time you.
30 seconds. I really appreciate everybody coming here. This is an amazing topic, and bringing together all these perspectives is really what I hope to accomplish. What I do feel an obligation to say is I feel badly that there were European settlers who were abducted, but we kind of forget the little minor detail that thousands of natives were abducted, and their fate usually was either murder or being sold into slavery, a practice that began as early as the 1620s. So in fairness, we have to recall that there were two sides to that story, and neither one's good. And we hope that all of that will be respected at the site going forward. Thank you. 30 seconds.
Did you have a question, or were you
Yes.
timing him?
Oh, well, he meant the 30 second.
He did,
limit.
excellent.
Did I?
But you have a question.
Sure. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So we've heard a lot of, a lot of testimony against the original bill, but the amendment that I think you're authoring, I think that you said there's going to be a Boscoan representative co-sponsoring the amendment, is dramatically different. It does not talk about bringing down the monument. It talks about forming a commission to recommend to the state's direction. It doesn't actually even recommend at all what that commission's findings are going to come up with. That's the way I read it. So it appears, it does state, that multiple stakeholders' interests are going to be represented there. So I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that you're advocating for this amended version that does not remove the statute, but instead tries to bring people together to, as some people have suggested, more accurately represent history.
There's my point of view, and then there's my political point of view. I've not retracted my personal point of view that went into creating this bill. However, I am a pragmatist. We work together as a people, and as working together people and discussing this with probably 100 people, including many of the people that were here today, I'm politically fine with the advisory council that's created, and I'm really comfortable with all the people that have been involved in that process. And I would also add that that movie that was referred to several times it's an amazing piece of art. I was kind of shocked how good it was. It's worth watching because you learn a lot about New Hampshire and these issues.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Anybody else that wants to speak on HB 1664? I'll ask one more time. Anyone else to speak on HB 1664? Seeing no one approaching the mic, I'll close the hearing on HB 1664. That'll be exec next week, and we expect to see some amendments. And we're a little behind time, and did you want to say something?
Blue sheets.
Oh, the blue sheets.
Yeah, I just better remind you.
Representative Sargent, thank you.
On the blue sheets, 3 in favor, 5 opposed. Online, 36 in favor, 4 opposed.
Thank you. We're going to break until 30 minutes, 1:10. I would love to give you more time for lunch, but we got a packed agenda today. So take a half an hour, come back at 1:10. And for the committee, our researcher's done some research. She's found the report of the last commission. She's going to make that available either in writing or send it to us so everybody can read the report that was mentioned today of the previous commission of when, 2013 or 2012. Thank you. And we'll see you in a half an hour.
That's all.
All fictitious that came out like
just for the benefit of the committee members, the report of the prior commission was actually in 2016, and it's 23 pages, so they're going to be emailed to you so that we don't have to make 23-page copies for everybody. So the researcher, Christy, will be sending that out to everyone. Please take the time to read it. I think it's important. So now I'll call the hearing on HB 1751 FN relative to Start Park Public Safety Parking Surcharge. And we'll call the prime sponsor, Representative Bridle.
Chairman Harb, members of this committee, thank you for allowing me to introduce this bill today. I am introducing this bill, HB 1751, as the Shared Responsibility for Safe State Parks Act. This bill is about fairness, local relief, shared responsibility, not raising money for the sake of raising money. Communities that host high-traffic state parks, especially destination locations like my district, Hampton Beach, absorb real recurring public safety costs driven by visitation that originates from far beyond the host municipalities. Fire, police, EMS responses increase dramatically during peak seasons, yet the financial burden falls almost entirely on the local property taxpayers, not on the visitors whose presence drive these costs. This bill creates a modest, targeted mechanism to correct that imbalance. The proposed surcharge is a 5% on paid state parking only. It does not apply to free parking. It does not apply to admission. It does not create any new criminal penalties. It is collected through existing parking infrastructure, meaning no new bureaucracy, no new enforcement system, and no added friction for park operations. Most importantly, every dollar raised is returned directly to the host municipality that hosts that state park on a quarterly basis and is restricted by statute for public safety uses tied specifically to park visitation, police, fire, EMS. This is not a general revenue stream. This is a reimbursement tool. In Hampton, most likely you've all seen, we've seen firsthand, but most likely you've all seen that recently large-scale events, including some serious events, some violent events, required coordinated responses involving local officers, mutual aid partners, county resources, and state aid as well. These responses were necessary, professional, and effective, but they're also expensive. Expecting a single town to shoulder these costs alone, while broader public enjoys the benefit of state park access, is not sustainable. HB 1751 reflects a simple principle. Those who use the resource should share in the cost of keeping that resource safe for all that use the resource. From a visitor perspective, the impact is minimal. On a typical parking transaction, the surcharge amounts to a few cents, not even dollars. For the average visitor, it's barely noticeable. For host communities, the cumulative effect is meaningful and stabilizing. This bill also preserves the integrity of the state park system. It is not intended or does not divert core park revenue away from maintenance operations. The fiscal note makes it clear that any potential impact on future fee setting is manageable, and the DNCR already has the tools to implement this cleanly. Finally, HB 1751 strengthens the relationship between the state and its host communities. State parks do not exist in isolation. They rely on local infrastructure, local responders, local residents who live with the impacts, good and bad, every day. This bill recognizes that partnership and backs it up with a practical solution. This bill protects local taxpayers, keeps our state parks visitors safe, preserves access to our state parks, and does so with transparency, restraint, and fairness. And I believe it is a responsible, common sense adjustment that reflects the realities that are on the ground in our communities. Thank you, and I would love to answer any questions.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Gould.
I'm just trying to understand this. For example, if at Hampton Beach State Park, they might have a wedding, for example, and they have guests, 200 guests, let's say, 200 cars. And so those aren't, would those be charged, those people be charged? Because they're already paying for using the facility there.
Thank you for the question. That would depend on where that specific function coordinates its parking. Oftentimes, a better solution for something of that size would be better off procuring parking through a third-party contract, not necessarily using the metered parking spaces that are down there. This would be, in order to keep it clean and effective, I proposed to have the fee be added on top of any parking collected fee. So it would apply to any car that perhaps showed up late that was outside of that transaction.
Follow up?
I'm referring to the state park itself, where there's a big field.
Sure.
And the affair has people come and they pay the ticket, $60 or whatever it is. I know there's an affair in the fall, there has been. And people park there, and that's part of their admission fee to the activity that's being held. And so is that the kind of ticket that would be used for this thing or not?
Sure. There are two different types of parking down the beaches. One is the meters. Right? Everybody's familiar with those. And then you have a state park like Wallace Sands and Rye, and then the Hampton Beach South Pavilion, which offers, I believe, a flat fee, $10 for the day. This surcharge, as the bill reads, would be on top of that fee that they pay to park there. Now, if that fee to park there is included in the contract of the event that's being taken place at the pavilion, say a wedding, would contract with the state parks, and that fee would probably be rolled into the price of that contract. The surcharge fee would be rolled into the price of that contract. So if parking for 200 cars was a part of the contract that they used to rent out the pavilion, then that fee would be, as the bill's intended, that fee would be included in that contract.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I understand the need for this potentially in your district. I wonder if you thought at all about whether it's really necessary at smaller state parks or state parks that don't have the same gathering size and behavior maybe as we see at our beaches. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I did talk extensively with people in the state parks regarding this. One of the things that I was concerned with is how to make this bill benefit any municipality that has one of our state parks in it. The answer that I was given was there's not a lot of state parks, especially in the North Country, that charge for parking. I think about Cannon Mountain, doesn't charge for parking. They charge admission fee, and this bill would not apply to that. There are really only certain areas that are affected by parking rates, and they are typically mostly located in the seacoast. They did not provide me with any other outliers of parking. It was my thought that this could go toward wildfire relief or search and rescue. The truth of the matter is there are just not any state-owned parks that pay for parking in any other parts of the state. Most of those parks reside in the White Mountain National Forest, and then thus would be federal, and this bill does not apply to that.
Follow up?
But another question. I just was curious as to the origin of this bill. Did you have constituents or your town request it?
Thank you for the question. The origin of this bill took place last July 4th. I was assisting our police department with providing food for all the officers that come from all over the state to come down and help keep our beaches safe. In talking to some of these officers from all over the state, I came to realize that, wow, there's a lot of mutual aid partners here, and it was necessary. And our beach over the holidays was very safe. It got me thinking about how these are paid. That led to conversation with some of our municipal employees in town, and that was kind of the basis for this bill, and that's how it started.
Anyone else before we give her a second follow-up? I'll come back to you. Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Bridle, for taking this question. To clarify, this additional surcharge would not apply to entry fees. It would apply to just like actual parking fees? And then for the state parks that kind of charge one fee for both, does it apply to those, or are those just entry fees?
Thank you for the question. It is the intent of this bill that it only applies to parking fees, not combination parking and admission fees. This is with the intent a parking fee, like said earlier, $10 for the day, that would apply there, or a parking meter, it would be attached on top of the meter fee. So it is the intent of the bill just to strictly adhere to parking and not a combination fee.
Anyone else? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really just like a personal curiosity, but are they paid as a detail patrol? How do you pay additional police during a busy weekend?
I think it depends on the situation where there is, I'm not a subject matter expert on this, obviously, but I believe when they're intending on staffing up for certain events, like a July 4th holiday, there are certain times when detail rates are required. If you look at some of the large scale firearm discharge events that occurred last year in the month of June, we obviously weren't prepared for that event to happen. And in a situation like those, when mutual aid partners come in, there's a framework for the reimbursement of that, but this would help offset that cost.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brido, for taking my question. Do you think, your community of Hampton Beach benefits in terms of by the increased tax base of businesses that the businesses provide because of the presence of visitors, and that increased tax base to some degree offsets the extra first responders costs?
Thank you for the question. I do believe that the taxpayers, be the residents or the businesses in my town, anticipated that living in a seaside vacation town would understand the realization of increased need for services, fire, EMS, police, during the busy summer months. That being said, this is simply a way to enter kind of in a partnership with the state to ensure that those costs don't balloon and get out of control, and make sure that we still are able financially to provide an effective police presence down the beach. I would never want it to get to a point where the police cost of the details or upscaling that much would prevent our ability to fund that. This is simply a cost mechanism to try to stifle that off now, with the intent of allowing that burden to be shared by some of the people who visit the beach, and not put that burden solely on the taxpayers of the towns in which the state parks reside.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you all.
Next up, opposing the bill, Representative Mike Willett. Oh, that's the next bill. Sorry. Supporting the bill, Nick Briol. So no other cards? Nobody else want to speak on this bill? 1751, relative to state park public safety parking surcharge. And the blue sheets.
Mr. Chair, there are 2 in favor on the blue sheets, 15 in favor online, 8 opposed.
Thank you. You think you want to take this next week? Or? See if anybody's against it. I don't. So I'm going to ask a question on 1751 FN. Is there anyone against passing this bill? I'll ask again. I didn't see any hands raised. Anyone against this bill?
Yeah. Have you closed the hearing?
Oh, close the hearing. I'll close the hearing. I thought I did, but I'll close the hearing on 1751. We had announced that executive sessions could be held throughout the day. Since I didn't see anybody saying they're opposed to this bill, would someone like to make a motion on HB 1751? Remember, you make the motion, you have to write the report.
This is 21st, right?
Yes.
Did you see any testimony submitted from NHCR on this?
I don't know. I didn't see
They're not
anybody.
in sure.
I don't know. I haven't looked lately.
And there's no other perspectives.
Representative Dunn's gonna check on online stuff.
Nothing, yeah. Did you
Okay.
see anything? I didn't-
Okay.
I didn't-
No, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I'll entertain a motion. Can you make a motion? Could, I don't- you're the, yes.
Greg wants to do it. Representative Sargent wants to do it.
Representative Sargent. Go ahead. Yeah.
I move that HB 1751 be ought to pass.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I'll take Representative Darby. Would you like to speak on your motion?
I think it's a great idea.
Succinct. Would the second like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted, the point that really got across to me is that those who use the resource should share in the cost of supporting the resource. And I think that's what this bill does.
Any further discussion on the motion of OTP? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to read the roll.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould, Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Bridle,
Yes.
Representative Dupont is absent. The clerk votes yes. Representative Trimley,
Yes.
Representative Nab,
Yes.
Representative Vale,
Yes.
Representative Baldwin,
Yes.
Representative Darby,
Yes.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Bucco is absent. Representative Sergeant.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Chair, please.
Yes.
Okay. 14 yes, 0 no.
My quick look is, I think the FN's more than 10,000, so not sure we can even put it on consent, so it'll come up. So you have 8 or 9 minutes to take a break. Go back and have your lunch. We'll open the session at 1:45 for HB 1752. Thank you. you fill out a pink card that we can't find?
I handed one in this morning, if I'm not mistaken. I have too many bills. I apologize.
So maybe you could do another one because my clerk
Yeah,
probably
I
attached
can-
it to a morning bill since
Yeah.
you passed it in the morning.
Well, unfortunately, I'll fill one out when
Fill
before
one
I
out
leave.
After you speak. I'm not calling to order and opening the hearing on HB 1752 FN, requiring the creation of a ticket to follow timber through the harvesting and production process to establish a chain of custody. Call to the mic, the prime sponsor, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. I appreciate your time today. For the record, my name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And HB 1752, just for clarification, I received it on the last day of drafting and did not have time to submit a redraft. This is not what I intended. This is something where I have been trying to get a meeting together with the stakeholders, and we were able to finally have a discussion last week. But as drafted by OLS, it was not my intention for this legislation, and the replace all language that I have provided more accurately reflects the intentions of the legislation. Unfortunately, it was kind of superimposed Maine law that got transferred over to our statutes, and rather than the small snippet that I would have preferred. But my goal with this bill is pretty straightforward. We must ensure that the origin of timber products are clearly included on slip tickets to help our forest rangers and, most importantly, protect our timber owners from theft. After consulting with forest rangers on their personal time, who deal with this on a daily basis, I learned that this is not a minor issue. We are seeing multiple cases involving upwards of $50,000 worth of stolen lumber. In almost every instance, we are talking about thousands of dollars of timber that our timber owners are entitled to but are not receiving. This represents a significant financial blow to the landowners of our state. Currently, our forest rangers are forced to spend weeks on these cases, painstakingly gathering evidence to trace wood back to its original source. Under current law, our scale slips, or our industry receipts, are missing a critical piece of data where the wood is actually from. HB 1752 fixes this by amending the definition of scale slip in RSA 227J15 to explicitly require the origin of timber be listed alongside the species and volume to ensure that this is an easy to follow for the industry standard. The amendment provides clear, flexible definition for the origin of timber, which can be identified by the municipality, including the municipality and the numeric street address of where it comes from, a map and lot number, or the notice of intent to cut timber, which was the main law that unfortunately kind of took over this whole thing. This act actually is a critical piece of consumer protection. It defines mislabeled or adulterated in any context of the forest industry to ensure standards of truth in labeling. By simply requiring the origin on the paperwork, we give our rangers the tools that they need to close cases faster and deter theft before it happens to our timber owners. I ask for your support in this amendment to protect our timber owners and stop these significant thefts. Thank you, and I encourage you all, when this does come up in your executive committee, to vote on requesting a new fiscal note because this will be significantly cheaper. Thank you. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if somebody was stealing logs, what would stop them from just putting a fictitious address?
Because they could go to the owner of that property and actually investigate that further. This is a situation where right now we don't know even a hypothetical of where the address could be. You could have logs taken off of your property, not know, and it ends up in a mill where they're not necessarily checking where the origin of that lumber is. So it could be from anywhere across the state. if you go over to Maine, for instance, they have a far more rigorous law than even what is proposed here, and they have requirements as to what the slips actually should entail, down to even more finite details.
Follow-up? This may be a complicated question, but do you know of any chain of custody for carbon sequestration?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just, not being a person who sells timber, does timber, is there situations where it would come, you had a large parcel where it would come from more than one area? Is there an issue with the origin and it, you're asking for an address, but say you have a huge parcel or a timber owner who has several lots and combines wood?
Yeah, well, that's why there are three different ways of defining it, as I mentioned, whether it be the lot number, the address, or more importantly, the intent to cut, which actually specifies that area.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Howard, for taking my question. So the intent to cut goes to the, as I understand, goes to the municipality, who then forwards it on to DRA. So it doesn't follow the timber as it gets processed. This amendment that I think is a replace all, modifies the section of adulterated, which seems to mean that you can't lie about the intent to cut or the origin on the intent to cut, but it doesn't seem like it follows it through to the where the lumber is processed. I don't see anything here that has a ticket that actually follows the lumber in here.
Yes, yeah, that is correct. But in terms of when we're looking at these cases, it's most important that the forest rangers are the ones who have this, because they are looking at these details. And the biggest issue that they have in my discussions with them is the fact that there is a very difficult time being able to locate the origin of that lumber.
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understand. The intent of this bill is that you can't lie about the lot number on the intent to cut.
Yes, but that's not a requirement currently. So it's saying that you can't lie about it, but it's also asking for that origin, so where the lumber is coming from.
Which is on the intent to cut already.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it goes further because the scale slip is suggesting that is what follows this. The intent to cut is a different RSA, and then what is kind of being discussed here.
Representative Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Do you have any idea how much theft occurs on an annual basis throughout the state as it stands right now, the bill?
That might be a better question for one of the forest rangers if they are here.
Okay, so you can't answer that question.
I cannot, but I have heard of cases of $25,000 worth of stolen lumber, another case of 30, another case with 35, another case with 25, and another case with $50,000 worth of stolen lumber, and that's just from one officer.
Thank you for taking my question.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for taking my question. How would you follow a load of logs that are brought to Canada?
Well, I think that would also involve just like you can't bring firewood over state lines into Maine, I think that we would have similar issues transporting and importing lumber into Canada, and that does have to be checked. And so that is a good question, and something that I would hope that the scale slip would still be able to follow, because it is something that is attached more to the lumber, and at least this way we would have a record of it in the DRA.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I have one question. Maybe you can't answer this, but you're amending what the scale slip's going to say. Tell me what happens to the scale slip. Where is it? Is it attached to anything?
Yeah.
Why is that important that we amend it?
Yeah, it's supposed to go from the logger to the mill, and that is where this would be kind of seen, as well as a record of that in the DRA.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Now Representative Willett. Opposing the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. It's nice to see you all again. I'm Mike Willett, representative from Colebrook, COAS 3. I've got a little bit of a different testimony today. Just want to clarify two things. One thing my colleague had said before, you talk about scale slips. When it comes to timber, timber isn't scaled until it gets to the mill. It's not scaled in the woods. It's scaled at the mill. So there are log slips and stuff, but they're not scaled. And the question Mr. Davis asked about lumber going into Canada, there's at least 100 trucks a day go by my house into Canada of logs. They're not checked. There's no specific, they're sold to mills just like they are in the States. So there's no hesitation or anything to stop them from going into Canada. But we're going to hear some foresters behind me that are much more experts in this than I am. I've been involved with the fringe of the forestry business for a long time. I deal with a lot of loggers and have all my life. But I oppose this bill for reasons not yet mentioned. In New Hampshire, logging is predominantly done in the North Country. Loggers currently work with DES and with Forest and Lands, and there aren't significant problems that justify this legislation. When there is an issue of think lumber's being stolen, we call Forest and Lands. They come out, they do a survey, check stumps, check diameters. They know how much lumber has been taken off that property, and if there's a problem, they will prosecute the offenders. The bill creates a chain of custody. In certain circumstances, this has value, and I think the real value for the chain of custody is with carbon sales that tie up our forests, and I'll explain why. The President has issued an executive order to increase domestic lumber production to try to reduce housing costs. Carbon programs hinder this effort. Carbon sequestration is a worldwide business. It's not a North American business, it's a worldwide business. Carbon plans and contracts tie up timberland and our natural resources for up to 100 years. The landowners have the right to do this, and I don't oppose that. It's their right to have carbon programs on their property. But currently, we don't know who exactly is tying up our timber. Is it environmental companies, true CO2 offset companies, or is it foreign governments? We need to be diligent to protect our natural resources. Our enemies work stealthily, and we saw the Chinese trying to control Nashva's water supply. Right now in West Virginia, 9% of the timberlands, which is over 1 million square acres, is tied up in carbon and unavailable for lumber. That's the area size of Merrimack and Hillsborough counties combined. The state has no idea who controls that timber. If there was a need for a chain of custody, it's in the carbon business. We need to protect our natural resources from our foreign enemies, and that's why I think that overall I don't support the bill, but the chain of custody in certain circumstances will be very good for the state of New Hampshire and our country. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Any questions? See no hands? Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Also opposing the bill, Jason Stock, New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. Mr. Stock.
Well, good afternoon. I feel like I'm a frequent flyer today. For the record, I'm Jason Stock, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And we oppose the bill. We also oppose the amendment. And I'll speak to the amendment since it sounds like the underlying bill's kind of off the table is kind of the vibe I'm getting here. But when we look at this notion of tracking wood, and in this case, scale slips, and Representative Olet was spot on, the scale slips generated at the sawmill. So it's not as if you have this piece of paper that's following this log as it goes from the stump to the landing. So it's generated at the sawmill. And the question about tracking wood is one that we have, as an association, we've had many discussions. We have on our board of directors and our committees, we have sawmills, we have loggers, we have foresters, and we have landowners. And we always keep coming back to a couple key touchstones. If someone's crooked enough to steal a load of logs, falsifying a document is not going to hinder them. It just isn't. And so they could send it to Canada. Canada's not going to check and say, oh, what was the New Hampshire intent to cut number? Or they can put it in a container and send it to China. Even less so, they're not going to say, what was that New Hampshire intent to cut number on this load of red oak? We don't see the benefit that comes from it. Moreover, wood travels, particularly hardwood logs. There will be 3 or 4 stops along their journey before they hit that carriage and are actually cut. They're cut at the stump, they hit a log landing. Many times they'll go to what's called a concentration yard. It's a yard, sometimes they'll bring in mixed loads. There'll be some pine on it, there'll be some spruce, there'll be some maple, and then they'll break that load apart and they'll segregate it out, and then a large tractor trailer, similar to the ones you follow on Interstate 93 usually, those flatbeds, they'll put all the oak on one truck and send it to the mill, and they'll do the likewise with the other species. Again, this concept of having every log tracked throughout the supply chain is just not practical. And so the other piece of this is this would also include wood chips. So if I have a chip van and I'm pulling into Burgess, which literally takes about 100 loads a day, that driver, usually they're contract drivers, that driver's not going to know what the intent to cut number is. Certainly would not know what the tax lot and map number are. And so there's some real practical issues with this data, and the time and effort that it would need to be taken to track it. Moreover, you could argue for a load of chips, which a landowner receives a dime, maybe 25 cents a ton, it's a 30-ton load. It's probably not worth the time and effort it would take to even generate a scale slip for such a load. It's just not practical. So for those reasons, we oppose this bill. We think Forest and Lands, we think the Rangers do a good job. We think that, this is, and we support their work. We're always willing to work with them. Many loggers use trip tickets, which is a tracking process, and it's part of their accounting process. They'll cut a load of logs. They'll create not a scale slip, but a trip ticket, and that way they know. So they know. All right, it's their internal accounting systems, and these are private businesses. They all have their own private systems and private accounting softwares and private tracking. So there are systems out there in place. And again, when we come back to this, we say that it's just not the time and effort and energy that would be taken to do this. It's just not worth what we feel that the division could be spending more time and energy in other areas and be much more efficient in this case, deceptive forestry or other forestry laws. So for that purpose, we come in, we're in opposition to this House Bill 1751 and the amendment as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any hands. Representative Tremblay.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm still looking for an answer on how big a problem this is in the state. And no one is, at this point, no speaker has been able to address that.
So the division, we don't feel it's big enough to merit this. I can assure you that. I know the Division of Forests and Lands does track their ranger activity, and they have pretty detailed reports on deceptive forestry, all their other, that would be a question you may want to pose to the Division of Forest and Lands. Certainly the number of investigations, prosecutions, etc. But I don't have that data. And again, from what we see in the field, we don't think this is the solution nor merits the extra burden on the industry.
No other hands. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Stowe. Speaking of against the bill, Patrick Hakeley, DNCR, Division of Forests and Lands. Is he still here? There he is.
Thank you, Chairman Harp, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak on House Bill 17.
Turn the button.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on House Bill 1752, an act requiring the creation of a ticket to file timber through the harvesting and production process to establish chain of custody. So I sent my testimony to you all late last night. Some of you may have had a chance to read it or not. My name is Patrick Hackley. I'm the Director, State Forester for the Division of Forest and Lands, Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. So our division is charged with the execution of all matters pertaining to forestry in the state, forest management, forest lands, and one of our key responsibilities is to protect our natural resources for the benefit of the state's citizens, visitors, and the forest products industry. So pretty much our constituency is the same as Mr. Stocks with the timberland owners. We promote a thriving forest products industry, integrity in the wood supply chain, and we're all about managing forests sustainably. We do manage about 230,000 acres of state land. That includes 170,000 acres under the jurisdiction of DNCR and about 60,000 acres of wildlife management areas that are under the jurisdiction of Fish and Game. We also manage under an agreement about 13,000 acres of federal land, mostly the Blackwater Reservoir flood control lands. So forestry is what we do for the state, and we promote the private sector as well, doing sustainable forestry. So my testimony is turned on its tail. I wasn't expecting the amendment. The only redeeming provision in this bill is the one that is now the essence of the amendment. And I wasn't expecting to be on the opposite side of this issue, but I'm going to say that we oppose the bill, but we support the amendment, having seen it. Despite what some people perceive as not a big problem, it is a big problem in New Hampshire. I just don't think we've been able to capture the magnitude of it. But I will share with you that just last Friday, we were able to secure, our forest rangers were able to secure 5 indictments against a logger who stole wood from landowners in Barnstead, 2 landowners in Gilmanton, 1 in Alton, and another one in Barnstead. The first we can document in Barnstead, it was over $17,000. The probable theft, we think, is probably more like $35,000 because the wood came to the mill at the same time. The wood that was tracked that actually had an origin, we were able to quantify saying, yes, that wood came from that landowner. There were multiple loads that came at the same time to that mill, but just said Merrimack County because the logger is not required to say where the wood came from, and the mill is not required to ask. So we think that there was literally twice the amount of wood that came off of this landowner's property, but we can only track about 17,000 of the what we believe to be possibly 35,000. And that goes on. The one in Gilmanton, the minimum theft we believe is 15,800, but we think the probable theft is over 21,000. Another one in Gilmanton, it was minimum theft was over 27,000. That one actually, the probable theft is about the same. So we think we've tracked all the wood that came off of that landowner is consistent with the origin of wood. We do have 5 more indictments in the queue. We're building evidence. It's the same logging contractor. It's one perpetrator that's stole wood from about a dozen different landowners. I don't know if you're aware of this, but last year, actually just last spring, we were able to bring a conviction to Stephen O'Neill from New London. He stole over $27,000 worth of wood from a landowner, and he is now paying restitution for that. So to answer your question, it's tens of thousands of dollars a year, and that's just in the cases that we're aware of. I don't go into this lightly because I really would like to work with the timberland owners to bring their constituents along. But I'd just like to address some of the comments, if I can, regarding what Mr. Stock said about the requirement to track wood. It's not a heavy lift. It's not burdensome. And the time, effort, and energy to just put on the scale slip the intent to cut number takes no effort at all. Or the landowner's name and address, really little effort. The time, effort, and energy that's expended is my ranger staff trying to find out where that wood came from without any origin connected to it. The concern about Canadian loads going over the border, that's a loophole. I don't know that we can capture that yet, but we can't just ignore the fact that all the hundreds, thousands of loads that get transported to New Hampshire mills don't have any tracking on them at all. So we have to start somewhere, and I would say in-state is where we start, and then we figure out if there's stolen wood going to Canada, we'll figure another way out to track that wood. As far as concentration yards, the scenario that Jason described, yes, there are a lot of mixed loads that leave that concentration yard, but when that load rolls into that yard, the outfit that's running the concentration yard pays for that wood, and they scale it right there. So when they scale that wood, they should be writing down on that scale slip where's the wood coming from, and then they can mix oak with pine or whatever they want to do to go where it goes off to the mill. They can have mixed loads, but when the purchaser of that wood scales that wood, the origin of that timber goes on the scale slip. That's how you handle concentration yards. As far as wood chips go, that the previous speaker spoke about, it's not a big issue because wood chips are so low value. No one's really stealing wood chips. So if there's a difficulty in tracking wood chips, so be it. But it's really the same principle. Where the wood chips come from? Who's the landowner? There's got to be an intent to cut typically, and if there's an intent to cut number, it goes on the scale slip. So we don't believe it's a heavy lift. We'd like to work with the timberland owners constituency to let them understand that we believe this is a problem. And I appreciate the fact that this bill was amended to something that I can actually agree with. I'm happy to take any questions.
Madam Darby.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
then Representative Gould.
Thank you for taking my question. Does the theft of wood also impact the municipality because of the timber tax?
Absolutely.
And so they would.
It's lost revenue to the municipalities.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for taking my question. It's a strange question. Do these people who steal the wood, are they cutting the wood or just taking a pile of logs?
Typically, they're the perpetrators from stump to mill, but I suppose someone could go in and at night if the logging site's not secured and grab logs off the deck. If they didn't cut them, but they want to steal the logs, they could, and that's probably happened. But we don't have any. I don't have any anecdotal stories for you on that one. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you think that the perpetrators you could be investigating would expand? Would it expand to owners if this law were in place? Like, I don't understand how you determine if there's theft. I'm assuming most of the time the owners tell you there's a discrepancy in the billing and what they got paid.
Yeah.
But if that doesn't happen because they're in on it, has an owner ever been in on it?
I don't know. That's a good question. Typically, the landowner is the victim, but there could be a way that the landowner could maybe send loads to a different mill and get a different price. But I think most of the time it's the individual or the company that's cutting the wood and bringing it to a mill and not accounting for its origin and no one asking where it's coming from. By the way, there's an international group. I don't have the name of the organization, but if this wood gets processed into lumber and gets shipped overseas, there is a standard that's being promulgated. I don't know how far along it is, but origin of wood, being able to determine where that wood came from, is going to be a requirement of any lumber that gets shipped overseas. So I can't speak to the specific organization, but it's all about timber theft is a global issue. It's not just a New England, United States issue. It's a global issue, particularly tropical woods. Through unsustainable forestry practices, that wood goes on ships and goes all over the world, and they can't track it. So tracking the origin of wood on an international level is a big issue.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Darlene Forrest,
Sir, we're just here to-
DEP.
You'll notice it says 0 on that card. If you have questions, we're here to answer them.
I think one of the representatives had a question that was referred to you, but I'm not sure. Did you still have a question that you? No. Okay. And I guess you're all set. Okay. Is there anyone else to speak on HB 1752 FN? I will ask again. Anyone else to speak on 1752 FN? I'm going to ask for the blue sheets and online.
2 opposed on the blue sheets, no in favor. 4 opposed online, no in
Thank you.
favor.
I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1752 FN. And ask, do you want to do anything or wait? Okay.
The slip itself, was that demanded by the state?
seeing bills to exec next week. So if you're planning on bringing an amendment, it would be great if you'd get them done, so that when we go to exec, you'll have the amendments, and I'll have it sent out. The Republicans will caucus here at 9 o'clock to prepare for 10 o'clock. So that's a lot of bills for us to exec in 2 hours, they tell me. So it would help if we were all prepared and had all of our amendments all set. We have, scheduling at least 4. We start at 1 and we'll end at 3. There's one at 3. So I believe I have 3 or 4 bills. And then we've got enough bills to fill 2 more weeks of bills and then a 3rd week of exec. So we got 3 after next week. So, and they're going to be full. They're like 7, 8 bills a day. And that should end us. These bills that we're going to exec next week, they're all early bills, so we have to get them done. So we can't say, well, let's put it off till later, because they're early bills. So we're just going to have to come up with an answer. Yes.
For the amendments that I have available today for 2 bills that we heard last week and one that we're going to hear next, would you like me to pass out those amendments now, or just send email so that people don't lose them between this week and next week?
I would probably tell you, be a conservative guy, I would do both. Because some people will lose the paper and some people won't read the emails. So I would, if you've got enough copies, I'd say maybe after this, pass them all around, and so the people can read them over the weekend to prepare for next week. And not yet. Can start late, they tell me, but you can't start early, Representative, so
When you go to
stay on the hot seat. sitting there. But, I'm going to call, it's now 2:30 according to international time, so I'm going to call HB 1768 FN relative to free day use admission and metered parking at state parks for all honorably discharged state resident veterans. And speaking first, the prime sponsor, Representative Bridle, who did pass in a card.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues of the Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. I'd like to draw one quick item to your attention. I handed out an amendment for this bill to all of you prior to this hearing. This amendment is going to need a subsequent amendment. Well, it took over a week to come up with the items within the content of this amendment. I was on vacation this weekend, and OLS was able to push this amendment through for me this morning, and I forgot to remove one piece. That is going to be lines 15 through 17 on this amendment. I do anticipate resubmitting this amendment to OLS to have those removed, and I will forward that amendment to this committee once it's available from OLS. That being said, House Bill 1768 is amended is about two things that should never be in conflict with each other: honoring our veterans' service to this country and our state, and protecting the long-term sustainability of New Hampshire state parks. First is the access piece. This is where the bill started. This bill ensures that honorably discharged New Hampshire veterans are not charged metered parking fees at the state parks when they visit places like Hampton Beach or Wallace Sands. For many veterans, especially seniors and those on fixed incomes, some of these fees can be a real barrier. This is a modest, respectful way for us to say thank you for their service, and it mirrors the intent behind other veteran-related benefits that we already recognize in statute. It is a straightforward, easy to administer, and based on documentation the state already recognizes. Secondly, and this is where the amendment came in, and just as important, the amendment addresses the fiscal reality responsibly. We heard concerns in the original fiscal note about revenue loss, and that's never my intent to defund the state parks. It's not a good position to have. So I wanted to come up with a solution that would help offset any revenue loss. And rather than shift this revenue loss, shift this burden to taxpayers, this amendment provides a lawful, controlled way for state parks to offset any loss in revenue. It allows the DNCR to accept monetary or in-kind donations, including equipment or vehicles, specifically to replace lost revenue from statutory exemptions like those for veterans or people with disabilities. This is not commercialization of our state parks. This is a donation forward, not advertising driven. Any sponsor recognition must be incidental, non-promotional, and cannot imply state endorsement. The department retains full discretion to say yes or no, control placement, size, duration. All of this is designed to protect the character of our state park system. All monetary donations continue to flow into existing state park gifts and donations accounts, which are non-lapsing and already established into law. This amendment also updates an old, outdated approval threshold. Currently, the state parks has a limit of $2,500, and that was set more than a decade ago. This limit does not reflect today's costs, particularly for vehicles or safety equipment. Raising that threshold to $50,000 simply gives the department practical flexibility while preserving governor and council oversight for anything above that amount. Taken together, this bill does not ask the committee to choose between veterans and fiscal responsibility. It does both. It expands access for those who served while giving state parks a reasonable, transparent tool to remain financially stable without raising fees, cutting services, or coming back to the legislature for new appropriations. In short, as amended, House Bill 1768 honors veterans, protects taxpayers, and keeps our state parks strong. And I respectfully ask the committee for its support on this bill. And I will answer any questions.
I have one question. What if they don't get any donation?
Thank you for the question. When I created the language for this bill, and I talked to the state parks representatives that are local in my town and some in other municipalities, one of the things that kept coming up was we're struggling with the idea of just losing revenue from parking. And I said, well, how do we get better? How do we increase funding? And they said, we have a lot of issues accepting donations. It's a process, a lengthy process that could be streamlined and made more efficient, more succinct. That's where the language of this amendment came from, as a way to kind of show faith. There have been cases, I know specifically in Hampton, a local dealership wanted to donate a vehicle to the lifeguards. They had no interest in making a big billboard. It was just this vehicle provided by this local dealership. Other than that, it would be lettered like a normal lifeguard vehicle. And due to the bureaucratic red tape, the local vehicle dealership decided to pass on that, and it never came to fruition. I think this amendment clears up a little bit of that red tape, allows the commissioner to have a little more purview on the amount that they can accept into that gifts and donations account and offset some of that revenue instead of just taking a loss year over year.
Thank you. Representative Ryan?
Thank you for taking my question. Point of clarification, so the only people who will benefit are the people who have a veteran's license plate?
Thank you
Is
for the
that true?
question. That is what I addressed earlier when I said 15 through 17. One of the things that I didn't want our state parks employees to have to do is sit there and check people's DD-14 slips or their military IDs. The goal was to be simplistic, and my intent, and I meant to include it in this amendment, was a New Hampshire veteran plate gives you the benefit outlined in this bill, which would be free parking. So that is what the amendment that I will bring forth to this committee will state, is that it is strictly tied to that New Hampshire veterans plate.
Representative Nab?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Does DNCR currently take in donations?
Thank you for the question. They are able to take donations up to $250 or $2,500. Anything above that has to go to Governor Executive Council to be approved. And from what I hear, it's a lot of added steps to that. So they currently can take donations in that nature. Doesn't necessarily have to be monetary. It's just more convoluted than it needs to be.
Follow up? I think, but maybe you will know, that the $2,500 threshold is consistent across the state. I know I work with the Great Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve. When they take in donations, I think that is the dollar limit too. So would this change a dollar limit that is across the state for this one particular instance?
Thank you for the follow-up. My intent was to address the statute that specifically talks to the donations for the state park system. I would assume if they're falling within that system, it would apply to that. I think that's the idea that we're trying to work with here. If a state park in the North Country wanted to accept a UTV, I think that would fall into that category as well.
Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brado, for taking my question once again. I think we all want to support veterans. I know that two of my brothers are veterans. I'm confused about how where it's specified what the limits that the Executive Council has to approve. For example, the Department of Administrative Services Manual of Procedures calls out a whole host of levels, dollar amounts for the contracts, including grants and seemingly gifts that they are responsible for approving, especially when there's a retroactive action, such as the placement of some material, some symbol or something in order to accept the gift. So I'm wondering if you've had any discussions with the Department of Administrative Services, I think that's what it is, in terms of if this is compliant with the process for setting those levels.
Thank you for the question, Representative Darby. I did a brief research into the Executive Council's procedures manual. From what I interpret, this, where it would define new statute, they would have to defer to that statute. If we weren't changing the statute, then they might be held to that manual a little more strictly. But where this amendment would change the underlying statute, they would be held to that $50,000 threshold. I did not follow up specifically with administrative services on that, but that was just from my baseline research regarding the Executive Council's manual of procedures.
Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Bridle. Do you know what percentage of New Hampshire license plates are veteran license plates?
Thank you for the question. Based off some preliminary research that I was told when researching this bill, I was told that there was a little over 77,000 New Hampshire veteran plates in the state. One of the figures I was thinking of is if all of them happen to go to the beach on the same day, how much would that affect, the rates? But that's the number that I was told when researching this bill.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, supporting the bill, Representative Mike Egger from Hampton.
Yeah, yes, as you said, my name's Mike Edgar. I'm Rockingham 29, which is Hampton. I wanted to thank the chair and the committee for letting me speak today in favor of House Bill 1179. Excuse me, 76. Yeah. First, I want to start off by thanking the NCR for the help that they've given us with American Legion Post 35 when we are doing different beach activities, whether it's hit the beach for veterans and others who basically can't get around. So we do surfing. They've been very helpful with us. And also when we've had activities down at the New Hampshire Marine Memorial, it's been very good, and we've always appreciated that. I was just at a meeting a couple nights ago with the American Legion Post 39, which is for all the Hamptons, Northampton, Hampton, and Hampton itself. We talked about this bill, and people were kind of excited about it. They thought it was a nice idea, and they would appreciate the consideration of the state by passing this bill. The bill itself, I was wondering myself when I was reading it and how it would be implemented. And I think the way it's been written, it would work out well. I think it would. I was wondering first about some confusions there might be, but so we really do hope and wish that they will get the support that I believe that it would really be appreciated by the veterans in the state. I don't know if there's any questions for me.
Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, well, thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards. Anyone else wishing to speak on HB 1768 FN? Yes, sir.
I filled out a big card and send it up there somewhere, so you may have it. If you don't, I'll be happy.
I've got a hungry clerk. He must eat these pink cards. I don't know. Did you find another one?
If it got lost in the mail between here and there, I'll fill out a new one before I leave, sir. I'd be happy to do that.
Can you do it now? Because the last guy that said that didn't do it. So we'll wait a second if you fill
Oh,
one
sure.
out,
If you want to wait, I'll do it.
Yeah. I'd rather wait and get it than not get it. So in addition to this gentleman, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on HB 1768? No one else? Okay, so this will be our last speaker. Thank you. Yeah, direct deposit. Now I'm gonna get all these pink cards in the future. Kevin Grady? Yes, Kevin.
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a 28-year resident of the town of Hooksett. I'm also a 25-year Air Force veteran. Today, I'm here representing the 20-member organizations for the State Veterans Advisory Committee. And since I don't see you folks all that often, I'll just do a quick information plug for us. We are chartered by state law 115:A-8. You can also find us through the DMABS website to speak for the veteran community in New Hampshire. And we have a legislative committee that I chair that looks through all of the bills that are coming before you folks in a session. This year, there are 29 of them. And then we take a position on them once the language is known, and then I come and tell you what that position is. We in the State Veterans Advisory Committee support this legislation, especially the spirit of this legislation, if it can be done economically. One of the things that we're very sensitive to is the fact that we are all taxpayers too. And we understand that when you do something nice for a veteran, that money has to be made up someplace. And I looked at the FN, and the FN really didn't have a very good idea yet what the impact of this fiscally. And I didn't have access to the representative's amendment before I came to see you folks today. But if you can do this I think is a nice thing to do. The one thing that I do want to bring to your attention is that there is a program that the governor is behind called New Hampshire First for Veterans. And the idea is to go out and find those people who are leaving the service and essentially recruit them to come to New Hampshire to retire and make their homes here and make their post-military careers here in the state of New Hampshire. Part of this, House Bill 1415, is a new license plate. And this license plate will be essentially New Hampshire First for Veterans, House Bill 1415. And when we had the public hearing for that, you know, they really were, the DMAVS folks were very sure to try and tell everybody, you don't have to be a veteran to get this plate. Okay, it's going to be like a moose plate. You're going to pay a fee initially of $60, then you're going to pay a $30 fee every year. And the money that goes into that pot will be used to support various functions of veteran support here in our state. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that to your attention because at some point in time in the next year or so, if that legislation goes through and now we've got a different license plate out there, there could be some confusion over whether that's an actual veteran that has that plate, because you don't have to be to get that plate. So other than that, I wanted to bring that to your attention. We do support this legislation if you can do it affordably. You know, we realize every time you give money to a veteran, that money's got to be made up somewhere, and we're very sensitive to that issue. So subject to your questions, ladies and gentlemen, that's really all I wanted to tell you. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Representative Sargent.
Thank you. House Bill 1415, is that going to eliminate the current veteran plate?
No, sir, it's not going to limit the current veterans plate. You can still get a regular veterans plate, or you could choose to go and get this one, but it won't be a real, it's not a real veteran plate in terms of being a veteran plate, you know, for purposes of, say, you know, parking in a spot that somebody's got at Walmart that's reserved for veterans, you know, that it's not, it's sort of not the same cachet of it, if you will. Again, I wasn't the person that thought up the veteran plate, New Hampshire First for Veterans plate idea, but I just want to bring that to your attention. I would expect some veterans will go get it. I actually am one of the, you know, maybe 10,000 veterans in the state that does not have a veteran plate on my car, because I never figured it was about me. But if they push this new one through, I'll probably get it. My wife has a moose plate.
Representative.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to clarify, has that bill passed? Or
No,
it's
that bill,
it's coming forward? Okay.
that bill, the hearing on it was last week, but I suspect it's going to be amended because they had two bills, one of which was the license plate bill, and then there was another bill that sort of outlined what the New Hampshire First for Veterans program was going to look like and who they were going to answer to, and creating an ability for those people to get funding through the plate. And I think they're going to combine that all into 1415, is what I'm being told.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
I am sure the prime sponsor will take that into consideration when he amends his bill if he needs to change his term veteran's license plate. Although I'll ask again. Anyone else to speak on HB 1768? Anyone else to speak on HB 1768? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing and we'll hear from the blue sheets.
On the blue sheets are 3 in favor, 1 no marking. Online, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. So as the rules require, at 3:15, we will start HB 1837. At 3:15, you got a short break. Thank you. HB 1837 FN relative to the New Hampshire Marine Patrol and calling up the prime sponsor, Representative McDonald.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to present this bill, 1837 FN. This bill came at the request of the New Hampshire Marine Patrol to try to address some issues that it had with the fines being paid, and also some cleanup wording. It was just brought to my attention that Captain Dunleavy will mention this, but he'd like to have the effective date be upon passage, and he'll explain why he wants that request completed. I guess if you have any questions, I'll be glad to ask the best I can.
Any questions for the prime sponsor? So if he requests that, are you going to request an amendment?
Yes, sir, if I could.
Okay. You had a question, Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative McDonald. So just for the committee's sake, and there is an amendment on this, which does not change the intent of this bill at all, but decouples it from the bill we talked about last week on mooring fees, so that if the other bill increases the mooring fees, this bill doesn't have to change. And so if Representative McDonald is amenable to it, I'll just modify that to change the effective date as well.
Thank you, Representative, and I want to thank you also for doing that amendment. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
And it was an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supporting the bill, Mr. Dunleavy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Harb, honorable members of the Resources Committee. Nice to see you again. My name is Tim Dunleavy. I come to you representing the Marine Patrol Unit of the State Police, Department of Safety. We are in support of this bill. Much of this bill, all of this bill, was at the request of the Marine Patrol Unit. And I would classify this primarily as a housekeeping bill. And if I could just take a little bit of your time to go down through it and explain to you how and the nature of our requests. If you look on page 1, paragraph 2, lines 9 through 12, that paragraph is referring to fines for boating violations. Currently, we have numerous boating violations that do not have a penalty listed within the statute. You folks in the legislature never assessed a fine for those violations. So right now, when an officer stops Tim Dunleavy for, let's just say, a moving violation on the water, and there's no fine for that, as the defendant, if I want to just plead guilty or nolo and send in my check to the court, I can't do that. I have to send in my plea. Because there's no fine stated, a judge then needs to determine what the fine is. He asks his or her clerk to then notify me in writing of what my fine now is, and then I have to mail back my check to the courts. That is a very burdensome process, obviously, and so lately the judges are saying to Marine Patrol, if you have a violation that does not have a fine, you must order that defendant to appear in person at the time of the arraignment. So now Tim Dunleavy's going to take a day off to work, go to Wolfboro or wherever the court is, to just find out what that fine is. The motor vehicle statutes have this exact same language to remedy these problems when a statute doesn't have a fine attached. So what you're seeing for those fines mirrors exactly the motor vehicle statute. It is the least amount of fine that Marine Patrol would be issuing. $50 plus 20% penalty is $60. All our other fines are either $62 or $84.32. So this is the lowest fine, and it's primarily for moving violations. The next portion, lines 15 to 17, when it speaks about riding the gunwales, transom, or straddling the bow of a boat, right now this is the only statute in boating law that places the burden or the violation on the passenger who is doing these illegal actions. All other boating violations, motor vehicle violations, are holding the operator of that vehicle responsible. And so to make it consistent, we are asking that it's the operator's responsibility. No person shall operate a boat when another person is riding the bow, gunwale, or transom. The other interesting aspect of this is, unfortunately, the majority of the violations of this statute are often children. And so for us to take enforcement action, you're dealing with a chins situation, or you're dealing with some young child who didn't know anyway. So, and at the same time, because it is so dangerous, we wanted to hold the operator responsible. Next, I'll mention lines 20 to 21. This is referring to a mooring fee in RSA 67(1)(c). Back in 2006, an earlier paragraph within that section increased the fee for the mooring permits for congregate field to $50. It never made the change in this subsequent paragraph. So we're simply asking for consistency between the paragraphs. RSA 270-62 is actually titled mooring fees, and that's the amendment that I know Representative Darby just mentioned. So this is simply going to refer, his amendment would simply refer the language in 270-67 to 270-62. Finally, lines 11 through 14 on page 2, we're asking that those statutes to be repealed. You may ask why. Those statutes were initially passed as early attempts to mandatory boating education in our state. The legislature never passed early on mandatory education for everyone. They took little bites at the apple. And these were examples of those bites at the apple. Finally, in 2001, they passed mandatory education for all. So these two paragraphs are no longer relevant. They're obsolete because everybody has to take a course now anyway if they're operating a boat over 25 horsepower. So we're asking for those to be repealed. And lastly, as Representative McDonald mentioned, because particularly of the court issue, saving the courts and the defendants' time, taking up that very busy system, we're asking for this to become effective upon passage so that we can remedy that issue as soon as possible. I'd be happy to take any questions that anyone may have.
Representative Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just house cleaning. Do we have reciprocity now with other states that have the mandatory training to operate a boat?
Yes, sir. It depends upon which course a person takes. If they take any New Hampshire course, it has reciprocity in all 50 U.S. states and 6 territories. And I will tell you that all 50 states and 6 territories within the U.S. teach and offer a course within their home state that we would recognize if the person elects to take it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all for your time.
So we'll look forward to those amendments. Is there anyone else to speak on HB 1837 FN? Is there anyone else to speak on HB 1837 FN? I'll close the hearing and we'll listen to the blue sheets. Thank you, Representative Sargent.
On the blue sheet, there are 3 in support, and online, there are 2 in support, 1 opposed.
Thank you. Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we break for today, I just wanted to point out that I've passed out 3 amendments. Not everyone was here. One is, as you just heard, for 1837. Another was for the mooring fees, to increase the fee, which I mentioned last week in the hearing, to $75 with for public and congregate moorings, with $25 going to the cyanobacteria mitigation grant and loan fund. And then the other was the the beaver dam bill. So I'm just bringing these to your attention so so they don't get lost in all the paper that we have, and we can discuss them during the executive session next week.
Excellent. I don't see anyone needing this, asking to say anything, so I'll close today's hearing and thank everyone for their hard work today. And we'll reconvene a week from today to exec all the bills that we didn't already exec for the first 2 weeks that we met. But we will have afternoon bills. The schedule's going to the House right now, so you'll see it in the calendar. And if that's it, thank you very much. The exec session starts at 10. I'm sure that the two parties will probably be meeting at 9 someplace. Thank you.